Whiteness emerge from? Where did whiteness emerge from? I never said right-wing conservatism is fascism. Please, for the love of God, listen to what I said. I said fascism is on the far right end of the political spectrum. I'm not saying all conservatives are fascists. For the love of fucking God, listen to what I'm saying. Where did you go? Help! He didn't even answer where whiteness was. I didn't. I said fascism is on the right end of the political spectrum. The left and the right. The left and the right end of the political spectrum means there are going to be different degrees to right and left. On the far, like when you go on the left, you have social democrats, you have socialists, you have communists, you have different degrees of leftism. The same thing when you're talking about the right. You're going to have libertarianism. You're going to have conservatism. You're going to have fascism. My God, please pay attention to what I'm saying. I did not say right-wingers are all fascist. Karamara, like, just because you don't like me, it doesn't mean that you can just sit here and make up shit about stuff that I didn't say, respectfully. Okay, next guest. By the way, fascism is on the right part of the right wing of the political spectrum. Hold on. Here it is. This is the political spectrum. Okay? You got left wing. There we go. Then you got right wing. There you go. You see that? Fascism is on the far right end of the political spectrum. Bro, people being anti-intellectualism literally got people like actually like debating facts at this point. Crazy. If you don't agree with the topic, by the way, you can come up and request. Hold on. Let's go to the next person. The person crashed out, by the way. I didn't kick them. I don't really usually kick people. Even if you are a bigot, I actually talk to people. And let them like express their opinion. It's just the point is like don't overtalk me. I don't like that. Brandy, do you disagree with the topic?
I just disagree with the word inherently. I do believe all white people are racist because we've been conditioned that way, but I don't think it's like an inherent condition of having pale skin.
Wait, what do you understand under inherently?
Inherently to me means that there's no escape from it, that it's that way under all conditions.
Yeah, so you think I'm saying biological?
Right.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because race is not biological, so I wouldn't say that it's a biological characteristic. What I'm saying is that inherently in this case is essential or characteristic or intrinsic part of whiteness, right? Because like whiteness, I'm not talking about the skin color, I'm not talking about the biology. Whiteness was created to oppress. It emerged during the European age of expansion.
I agree with that.
Exactly. So an intrinsic part of whiteness is going to be racism. You can't uphold racism without whiteness.
I agree with that. If you phrase it as a condition of whiteness, then I don't have any disagreement.
So when I'm saying inherently, by the way, it doesn't mean biological. It means like it's a habit or deeply embedded. I think Merriam-Webster calls it, hold on, by habit, I think. Let me look it up. So there is a part of the definition which means habit and not necessarily only biological.
I see.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look it up. So I wouldn't say that it's biological because, you know.
Yeah, I mainly requested up just because I thought that person was being so disrespectful and misogynistic besides racist and all the other things he was being. But
Yeah. So I just want to clarify, race is not Oh, hi, Kenzie. Race is not biological. So it.
Did you not add me?
I did add you, babes.
Oh, okay. You said it like, oh, hi, Kenzie, you're here.
Oh, no. Hi, babes. I added you. Of course I added you.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
No problem. So Merriam-Webster defines it as fundamental or natural character or ability. right? So it doesn't necessarily only have to be like a biological or basic nature aspect, but it can also be an essential characteristic of something, if that
Fair
makes sense.
enough. I see that perspective.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you.
Yep.
So to the chat, no, race is not biological. There is no biological basis for race. There is no scientific basis for race. The general scientific consensus is that race is a social construct that was constructed during the European age of expansion. If you want the names of the people who helped in constructing it, I can give you those names of people. But no, it's not biological. Kenzie, want to be my co-host for today?
I would love that more than anything.
Oh, period. WU. I've missed you, by the way. Sorry, I've been like MIA completely, but I'm slowly coming back.
I have missed you as well. I was starting to take it personal when you wouldn't respond to my DMs.
Absolutely not. Trust me.
No,
Absolutely
I
not.
know. I coach myself through it. I'm like, remember, Athena doesn't reply to DMs.
I don't. I'm really horrible at them. Okay, if you disagree with the topic, please do request, by the way. Emma, do you disagree with the topic?
Not necessarily. I'm just a little bit confused. I would like you to like expand a little bit more about what you mean about how race isn't like what did you say about that? I'm sorry.
Race is not biological?
Yes. Or more like about because I'm white and I don't really think I'm racist. I do know like there are like people who are like if you're brought up in it and you're more inherently gonna be racist, but I really wasn't brought up in a culture like that. So I'm kind of like, are you saying that all white people are racist, or like if I don't know, like
Society is racist. Okay, so I'll give you a tip, right? Have you ever made sangria?
No, I haven't.
Do you know how sangria is made?
I actually don't even know what that is.
The sangria is like a wine that's infused with like fruits and stuff, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you take like a big bucket or whatever it is, like a glass, whatever it is, right? And then you put like wine in it, right? It's wine that's specifically for sangria, and then you put fruits in it, right? Like a pineapple, berries, all that stuff, and you just let it marinate for a couple of hours, preferably overnight. What do you think happens to the fruits when they're in the sangria? After like leaving them for overnight, what do you think happens to them?
They would like absorb it, right?
And what happens to like the coloration of the fruits?
They would get discolored.
Yeah, they'll get like red, right? Like reddish color. And that's, let's say, for example, the sangria, the wine part, is going to be racism or society that is deeply embedded with racism. And then you're going to be the fruit, right? Whatever, I don't know. What's your favorite fruit? I don't know.
Like strawberries, probably.
Strawberries. Okay, there we go. So let's say you're a strawberry, right? So if you marinate in that wine, after a while, you're going to start getting, you're going to start kind of having strawberry infused with wine, right? So that is literally what white people are, right? As a white person, you grew up within a society that actively caters to you, that actively centers you. You are going to go to a schools where history, literally the history that you learn is predominantly from a white lens. And that's precisely why a lot of the histories of people who are not white are actively erased from the perspective. You're going to listen to like a political discourse that is probably going to cater to you as well, and is going to actively probably have disparaging stereotypes or racializations of everybody who is not white. And you're going to absorb all of that. So even if your parents don't actively, consciously condition you to be racist, the society that you live in, the general discourse, the political discourse, all of these different things are going to condition you to hold these beliefs, right? So you're going to have implicit biases, and everybody has implicit biases. I have implicit biases as well, right? But the difference here is that Black people as a collective don't have systemic, institutional, or political power in order to kind of like cause harm to whole communities of people based in that implicit bias, whereas white people do. So
That makes sense.
yeah, and so that's why it's about inherent racism. Exactly.
Yeah. The thing I was talking about though too is like my parents really don't, like you said, but I also grew up in more of a predominantly like black environment. Like so like everyone at my school, like I was more of the minority in that sense. Which is why like I meant with like the culture thing, like it was in my local culture at least, like it's a little bit different than the majority of like the US. So that's the only reason, like the only other thing. But that does make a lot of sense, and thank you for
Yeah.
further explaining
No
that.
problem. And also, what I'm saying is this isn't only based on the U.S. By the way, this is a global issue.
Yeah.
And globally, there is a glorification on whatever is white, and there is a degradation of whatever is black, right? And that is something that is literally deeply embedded, unfortunately, all around the world. And that is because European colonialism actively decided to push their ideology out to every aspect of the world. So you're going to see black people also have a lot of internalized anti-blackness. But I
Yeah.
appreciate you for coming up, Emma. Thank you very much. And
Thank you for explaining that. That helps a lot.
no problem. Hope you have a good day.
You too.
Okay, so if you disagree with the topic, do request. Let's go to the next guest. Kenzie, did you see the previous guest who was really mad?
Did not, but
Sorry, AG. Can you go back into the requests? I put in already one guest, Emerald loaded in. So, AG, I dropped you back again, but please do re-request and I'll bring you back up. Emerald, do you disagree with the topic?
Oh, no, sorry, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to request.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming up. AG was next. Yes, AG, do you disagree with the topic?
No, however, I do want to say something to a lot of
How
people
old
in
are
the
you?
comments. I'm 21.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I do want to say something to the people in the comments. So they were saying like how they kind of try to perpetrate you as this like bioessentialist person, and I'm just here to I know I completely agree with you on this point. What I feel people don't really understand is that like I guess modern liberal society has made us believe that like bigotry only exists in its most extreme forms. So if you're a sexist, you can only be someone who is like outright like actually says it. If you're a racist, you have to be, well, I don't think I can say the name of that group on there, but I think you know what I mean. People perpetrate the bigotry can only happen in extreme forms, and that's why we get these comments of like, oh, I'm not woke enough for this, I'm like blah blah blah. And the thing is, in a world where you receive privilege based on who you are, whether that be gender, race, sexual orientation, able-bodiedness, if you have that privilege and you are aware, or not even just be aware, you just know that you have privilege over others, but you don't take the steps to do something to oppose yourself against the bigotry of others, you were complicit, because at the end of the day, inaction is complicity. And I just want to tell that to like everyone, because people,
you.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for. Oh, sorry. I'm really just looking for people to see, but I do agree with you. WUAG, everything you said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Have a great day too. I'm gonna drop you back down. Please again. If you only disagree, then request. If you agree and you request, I'll just drop you back down. I'm just saying that. Please. I beg you. Okay. Let's see. If anybody disagrees with the point, please do request. Anybody? Oh, well, looks like we don't have any disagreeers. What the hell? There are 293 people here, but nobody who disagrees.
I love that you're still using his picture.
I thought to myself, like, should I not use the picture? But then I thought to myself, actually, I don't care. My question went unanswered. What question was that? I'm confused. Well, if you disagree, then come up. Goated JPEG Mafia. Do you disagree?
I am white and I don't think I'm racist, but I do think there's racist white people. A lot. But I know I'm not racist, so.
So where did whiteness emerge from?
I really don't know.
So, can you guess where whiteness emerged from? Do you think race is biological?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. I think if your parents are white, you're more likely to be white. But I have friends who have black parents and they're white, so
Okay,
I don't
so
think you're.
wait, how old are you, Goated?
I'm 16.
Oh my God. Okay.
The one person you don't ask.
Exactly, because I usually do ask. What the hell? Okay, listen. If you're 18 plus, for the love of God, okay? If you're under 18, do not bother requesting. I don't talk to minors. I think it's weird when people who are over 18 talk to minors. Really weird. Don't do that shit.
Should I put my son outside?
Of course. Oh, damn. Hold on. If you disagree with the topic, then please do request. Hold on. We got somebody here. Real. By the way, Marwa is in Gaza, so if you guys just want to gift her while she's talking, that will be like while we guys are talking, that would be cool. Get her to like 1K. Real. Do you disagree with the topic?
Yo, what's going on?
Do you want to take
I
this one,
said I do
Kenzie?
disagree. Huh?
Kenzie, do you want to take this one?
Sure.
Okay.
What is your argument?
Yeah, so I'm assuming when you say white people are inherently racist, inherently meaning in a permanent or characteristic way. There's another like, what's the third word?
White?
Like no, like the meaning of inherently. There's like
What's the
three
meaning
words.
of inherently? I would just say that it's attached to a specific construct, so it's ingrained within the idea.
Oh, okay, I was thinking of like in a permanent or characteristic way. So I'm assuming you mean like the concept of whiteness is racist.
Yes.
I would be inclined to agree with that actually. I think I think Donald Trump has dick sucking lips and he could, suck me up any day. Honestly, Bill Clinton was a lucky guy.
W, I appreciate the concession with me saying less than 10 words.
W Kenzie, I just wanted to say that. W. But yeah, if anybody, I know racists, like they're so weird. I don't know what that was. But if you disagree with the topic, then do request. The people who are in the chat, like the live, share the live, get the likes to over 50K. Can you do that? If you don't, within the next like 30 minutes, my mods are gonna probably shut off the comments, okay? While we're at it, like the live, share the live, get Kenzie as well. Gift her for her labor too. And Marwa, gift her to over 1K. And anyone who doesn't agree, please do request and I'll let you up.
I saw a really good meme the other day, and it said the only thing that me and Erica could have in common is that we both don't care Charlie's dead.
Oh my God. It's actually funny, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, how do I have over 300 people but just no requests?
She has completely redefined grieving widow.
Oh, Erica?
Yeah.
How does Candace Owens grieve Charlie Kirk more than his own wife? It's actually crazy. It is actually insane. That person's like on a whole grieving tour. Never knew a person could grieve that way. But what was
Did you see? She was like swinging from a rope into the audience.
Wait, that wasn't AI. That was real.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I am being. I thought it was real, but maybe I am being conditioned.
You know, I'm probably gonna end up being scammed in the future by AI. I'm not gonna lie. Some of the stuff is getting way too real. If you disagree, there's so many people in the chat who are really, really chatting a lot of shit.
I know Mr. Colson likes to debate in the comments, but not on your live.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Mr. Colson, let me mute you because I don't believe in freedom of speech in this live. But let me mute you, and then if you have to talk, you're gonna have to request whether you like it or not. So, yeah, if anybody disagrees with this topic, if you think I'm being outrageous, then do request and have this conversation. You'll be able to speak. Yeah. A lot of people in the chat, I've noticed, just are very, very vocal when it comes to talking in the chat, but when it comes to requesting, they're not really vocal. Maybe they understand that they don't really know much about the topic. Period. Thank you. Yeah, the 7 requests are of people from Gaza, by the way. So it's not of people who want to debate, but people who are just up here to get donations. And I'm waiting for Marwa to get up to 1K. But if anybody disagrees, you can definitely come up. I've noticed that when I'm on live alone, like a lot of the people do not come up. Why do you think that is?
When you're on live alone?
Yeah. Like when I host my own lives, people don't come up.
As opposed to you like being a guest?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I bet you if you were on camera, they would.
Oh, period. Maybe I should do that, actually. Okay. I'm only accepting people who disagree, y'all. Thank you guys for getting Marwa to over 1K. I'm just gonna go down to the other thing. The other guests. Please, please, please do get my guests from Gaza up to 1K when I get them up here. Anybody who disagrees with the topic, there are over 300 people here. Does everybody agree with the topic? I'm confused. Does everybody agree with the topic? Is there anybody in the chat who disagrees with me and thinks I'm a racist? Crazy. Does anybody in the chat think black people can be racist? If you think black people can be racist, also request, because black people cannot be racist. Okay, let's get this person up. Sav. Okay, do you disagree with the topic?
I'm just a bit confused on what you mean.
What do you mean? Kenzie, do you want to take this one as well? Because, I mean, the previous guest, you only spoke like 3 words.
Sure.
Sorry, you guys might hear my baby in the back. She's sitting watching me. I was just wondering what you guys mean by this.
Yeah, so when we talk about race as a construct, people who are conditioned into whiteness, it comes with certain entailments of that condition, which would be racism.
So you're saying that, okay, so if I'm getting this right, basically you're saying that that everything about where we came from is racist, so that makes us racist?
No, I'm saying that when we look at the classification of race, it's based on categorization of specific phenotypes. And based on this classification, it's structured as a hierarchy. So when you are classified in the top of the hierarchy because of whiteness, it comes with certain entailments, and that entailment is racism. Just like if I were to say, this is an apple, an entailment of being an apple is a fruit, because that's how we've classified it.
Okay, but what would you say, so are you saying we're just plain racist? That's basically what you mean? Like,
You're conditioned into the hierarchy of race, which is at the top, and with that conditioning comes racism.
So what
which
about
is to
people,
preserve that hierarchy?
Okay, so what about people that protest for rights and stuff? Would you tell them that they're technically racist?
Yes, I don't think the first step of deconstructing whiteness is like protesting. I would say that's education. And when I talk to most white people, they aren't educated on the nuance, the history, the origin, the classification. They have very little knowledge of what race actually is. And then just being immersed in a society where whiteness is viewed as preferable and blackness is looked down upon, then yes, with that type of conditioning, there's going to be implicit biases that you're just not even aware of.
Oh, that I understand. No, yeah, I get like justice system and everything is very, I feel like it's very, I mean, pro-white, if I can say it like that. But I don't think it's right to just plain out like call everyone racist. I don't think like I really don't. I feel like it's more of your own beliefs, not
Wait,
necessarily
Sav,
like
can
everyone
I-
is.
Sorry,
Yeah?
continue what you were saying.
Okay, sorry.
I don't think it needs to be rooted in like your consciousness or your beliefs. I think there is a level of ignorance to privilege, and that ignorance is a preservation of the system.
Okay, I understand. I don't.
Can I,
I don't
ask you a
understand.
question, Sav? Can I
Yeah,
ask you a
go
question?
ahead. Yeah, sure.
So do you think that where did whiteness emerge from?
What do you mean by that?
Like when did whiteness emerge?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking specifically.
Do you think whiteness is biological?
Well, yeah.
No, it's not. So whiteness is not there's no gene marker that makes you white, right? It's not biological. It's a social construct that was created during the European age of expansion. It's not biological. Like people are not biologically black or biologically white or biologically Asian. Right?
Okay.
So can you guess why race was created?
I feel like that's not really race was created. I feel like people are just some people are darker, some people are lighter. You're a different race.
No, but race is not so if it's sorry, Kenzie. Yeah, I was gonna say you think if race is about skin color purely, how come Asians and Chinese?
No, I'm not saying. I was about to say other stuff. I just got cut off. I was going to say
Okay,
like skin
continue.
color just as much as like it's your race. It's where you're from. It's who you are. I feel like not just because you're
race
white.
is not like where you're from.
No,
like,
I understand that, but where you're
can
from
you just
will
define race for us, just so we make sure we're on the same page.
Well, what do you mean define race? It's where you're from,
Define the
basically.
word.
I don't know how to define the word race. If you can define it for me, go ahead. Like
I think you're kind of running into the point here because you're having a conversation about race and racism and what whiteness is, and you just lack so much knowledge that you're ill-equipped to get out of even the most fundamental conversations. And
I
so
just
I
feel
do
like
think
there's
that this
something-
shows that because, or you are white, I assume, right?
Yeah.
And because you are white, you have no driver to understand these things because you're privileged.
Can I understand? Can I ask you this? Are you white?
Yeah.
So you're calling yourself racist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Can I
What?
hold on, Sav? Can I help you a bit? There is no genetic basis to race. No scientist believes race is a thing, by the way. The Human Genome Project was a project that was done in 2003 that determined that race was purely socially constructed. There is no genetic markers. It's not genetic. It's not scientific. The general scientific consensus is that race is a social construct, okay? Specifically, race is a socially constructed category that is used to classify people based on their perceived physical traits and how the society you live in for example, do you know Tyla? You know,
I think so.
the one who pours water on her back and like dances really nicely.
Yeah. I know who that is.
You know that in South Africa her race is colored, but do you know that when she goes to America her race becomes black? Because
I can see how that. Yeah.
Exactly, the race can change depending on what society you live in, right?
But are you saying this isn't the same for other people, like black people? So are you calling everyone racist?
No. Again, I'm trying to help you understand that race within itself is constructed. There is no such thing scientifically as white or black or Asian. These are all socially constructed categories. Now, the point is, the purpose of constructing race was to oppress people. The reason as to why race was created, by the way, it was created specifically by Western Europeans during the European Age of Expansion to justify slavery and colonization. It had no scientific basis, no genetic basis, Nothing. They were just like, let's arbitrarily group all these people into these different categories to justify enslaving and colonizing them.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is basically just people are people. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, okay, well,
Race
yeah.
doesn't exist, but the problem is that racism is built on this bullshit concept. That's the problem. This bullshit concept was created just to justify oppressing people, but then the system that we live in was built on this bullshit concept. And that's precisely why it's very important to understand what race is in order to understand racism and how it functions. Now,
But
the issue is you can't uphold whiteness without upholding racism. Sorry, by the way, Kenzie, I interrupted you. You can continue.
You're fine.
Okay, I'm not sure what to say because, like, I get what you're saying. I do understand. But I feel like racism is hate against other, like, hate speech, like, stuff like that. So, I mean, not everyone does that. Not everyone feels that way. So,
Do you think, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how much knowledge do you have on this subject?
no, I scrolled by, I saw this, and I just wanted,
I just
like,
want
I'm
a
not
number.
trying to call anyone stupid or anything. Like,
I just want a number. On this subject, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being I know racism and race and the theory and the concepts, backwards, forwards, upside down, left, right, or 1, I can't even define what race is.
Oh, well. Okay.
So just to finish my point, if you're a 1, then I don't know why you're, like, saying this is my theory on racism when you don't know anything about it.
I think like this is what the people don't understand is that I don't know, people try to talk about it when they don't understand what racism is, and that kind of like leaves you stuck, you know?
No, absolutely. I mean, if you don't have a foundation, how can you build a framework around it?
I agree. So let's get to over 1K, please. That would genuinely be awesome. BB Mansory. Do you disagree with the topic?
Oh my god, I did not mean to come up.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'll drop you then. If you disagree with the topic, then please do request.
Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. Very nice of you.
Yeah, W all the gifters, by the way. Y'all are awesome. Mustard. I'm just gonna say
Hi.
your full name. Wait, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Do you disagree with the topic?
I mean, like, yeah, I don't really understand it.
What don't you understand?
Like, I'm white, but I'm not racist. Like, what did I do?
Do you know where
Like,
white?
systemically because I'm white? Because that doesn't really make sense. Like, I was just born here.
And do you think black newborns are also just born?
Yeah, we're all just kind of born. Like,
Do you know that black newborns are?
I feel like
what
this
to
was
say,
a conversation back in my stoner days. Like, we were all just born, man. Like,
no, literally, I haven't even choked yet, but yeah. No.
Yeah, do you
I'm
know
just
that black
confused, like, how can I
newborns
literally not
are?
be racist? Because I'm white. So how do I, like, not be racist? Because that's bad.
So do you know that black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns?
Why?
Yeah, have you ever heard of
because
that?
they're black.
Yeah,
But, like, why would they... What does that have to do with them dying? Like,
because we live with. Do you think systemic racism exists?
systemic means, like, from, like, things in the past, like, having...
Oh my god.
Like, basically
It
how
means it's-
racism was, like, bigger back in the day. And so that means,
No,
like...
it means it's reflective in a system.
Oh.
Do you know what a pulsometer
Wait, so what does that have to
is?
do with the babies dying?
Do you know what a pulsometer is?
No.
A pulsometer is something that you put on your finger and it reads your pulse, your heart rate.
Oh, right, yeah.
So the technology that's used for that medical equipment is based on infrared lighting, and that lighting works better on lighter skin. So people who are typically darker skinned have a hard time getting an accurate reading when it comes to their heart rate. And that's because when we look at medical technology and how medicine is structured, it's structured through a white lens. So people who are
I see.
non-white have disparities outside of that.
Why have they not changed that then? Because, like,
Because of racism.
that's so dumb. They should get on that. Wait, but why does that make me racist, though? Because I'm white?
You live within a society that caters to you as a white person. That's why. And the reason as to why you have certain privileges or lack of barriers based on your whiteness is because other people are directly being disenfranchised. And the more society continues to uphold whiteness, you uphold it in tandem with upholding the disenfranchisement of other communities of people. That's
what? I don't be leaving my house. Like, I don't really talk to people. Like, what did I do that's racist?
It's not about you. It's not about you personally. It's about where your position is in society.
As well as certain ideas or systems you've been conditioned into.
Yeah.
Like, what kinds of systems? And
I mean, any system, medical, education, housing, judicial. Your experience and access to those systems is highly dependent on race.
Wait, so how can I be inherently not racist then?
Well,
can I undo it?
Like race would need to essentially disintegrate as a concept. There would need to race would not exist.
But in order for people to work on it, you would have to first acknowledge it and know exactly. Like, you have to acknowledge that systemic racism is a thing, that inherent racism is a thing, that race within itself as a concept is a racist concept. And then after you acknowledge it, you can measure how deep the problem is and how widespread the problem is. And then only then would you be able to kind of do something, a multifaceted approach to fix the issue or to dismantle the whole system as well.
What's
deconstruction is a huge project to take on.
Is it kind of like how in Canada when they do like a land acknowledgement, like that's like acknowledging it, like that's like the first step or something? Or I don't know, I'm just confused.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously recognizing a system that you benefit from at the disenfranchisement of others is the first step. And then understanding all of the nuance behind that, and then understanding how this has just been conditioned into you from birth, and then understanding how that harms other people and what privilege you've been given. I mean, I only got on this path because of feminism.
Fair enough. I'm from a small town in Canada, and like I'm trying to think of any racist things that happen here. Everyone's kind of just equally racist to each other, like all the races. Personally, not me. I don't
know how you can what is race?
It's like, for example, like being white or black or
I don't want an
Asian.
example. I want a definition.
Shit. It's like the place. No, that would be. Girl, I don't know. Help.
So I think you should start there rather than making claims like everyone here is racist to each other, because I think it's clear.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying it's different.
I just don't know how you can make claims like that when you can't even define what race is.
Like every group, like minority, right? Like not minority, because races don't have to be a minority. Minorities can be other things, but like shit. I don't know the right definition. I don't want to get it wrong.
Right, and so I think that is like where you need to start, is to understand the concept. Because again, I don't know how you can make that claims everyone is racist to each other here if you don't understand what race is and how it functions.
Well, it's like we have like societal like damn, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's so complicated. It's so hard to describe. But, like,
Yeah, I would just say that it's a social classification of people based on specific phenotypical characteristics. And they're
Okay, yeah,
arbitrary.
you got it right perfectly, yeah. It's just like, those are a lot of big words.
Well, yeah, but sorry. By the way, I just
What's
wanted
the
to
biggest
say
word I used?
you didn't use
What?
words, but can I just say to the chat, Kenzie? Kenzie is my co-host, by the way. Just wanted to clarify, so don't get surprised. Somehow, oh, period to the gifters. WU. Okay, so I'm letting up Eritreans from, Eritreans in Libya and also Palestinians in Gaza. So the top box is always going to be them. If you want to continue gifting to people who need help, so thank you. It's amazing if we would get them over 1K. That would be cool. But continue. Sorry.
I think it's going to be tough to have this conversation on like a more broader level when there's just like fundamentals that aren't present. So that would be my first advice, is if you really want to deconstruct, is to educate yourself.
Okay, but what if you're educated and you're still not racist, though? Like,
Again,
that's
I
what
don't know
doesn't
how
make
you
sense
can
to
make
me.
that claim as someone who is not educated.
Yeah, but if you are educated, how can you...
And I don't know how you can make that claim as someone who is not educated.
Oh my god, dude, you're dumb as hell. You're not understanding what I'm saying at all.
I'm dumb as hell, yet you can't define race? Sure, make it make sense.
Okay, I don't know why you felt like you had the need to disrespect my co-host. I'm confused. Like, they were not disrespectful to you, and then you dropped because you were rude as hell, and you didn't even know what you were talking about. Bro, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Okay, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Oh yeah, let's get Iman, by the way, to over 1K. Iman is in Gaza. That would be cool if they could get her to 1K. I'm letting up all the people who disagree one by one. أهل غزة لو سمحتوا حطلعكم واحد واحد، ولما توصلوا 1K حنزلكم. عشان كده مش لازم تكتبوا في الكومنتس سبامينج يعني. حطلعكم واحد واحد، ولما توصلوا 1K حنزلكم بعدين لو سمحتوا يعني أهل غزة. But yeah, continue. Everybody can... I'm not Arab, by the way. Just wanted to say, just because I speak Arabic doesn't make me an Arab. Okay. Everyday Valkyrie. Why do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree. Sorry, I was hoping to talk to Mustard, but that's all right.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. Again, I'm only accepting people who disagree, please. Only accepting people who disagree. Let's go to Marco. Oh, period. You got Iman up to 1K. Okay, who disagree? Why do you disagree with the topic, Marco?
No, I was not sure what it means. I'm not from America, but I think I disagree, but I'm not sure. Please explain what it means if you're whitey.
This isn't about America, by the way. This is about on a global scale. It just means that, like, white people are conditioned to be racist. Like, their default conditioning.
No, I'm very disagreeing with that point.
Do you know where whiteness emerged from?
Sorry?
Do you know when white people started identifying as white? Or when race emerged from?
Okay, but no, maybe I don't know when, I don't know
So
the year,
do you know, yeah, so did people, W to the gifters, period.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm letting people up one by one, by the way. If y'all guys can gift, that would be awesome, genuinely. Marco.
السلام عليكم.
Walaikum salam, ya Hadam. ماركو يا أهل غزة لو سمحتوا حطلعكم بالدور واحد واحد ولما توصلوا 1K حنزلكم لو سمحتوا. But yeah, continue Marco, sorry.
No, I was waiting for you to finish your point. You didn't
Oh
finish.
yeah. Do you know W Ryan, by the way? W to all the gifters. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Marco, yeah, no. I was gonna say, do you know where whiteness came from?
I don't understand the question at all.
So where did race come from? Where did it emerge from?
Race is something biological that happened through time. People living in different places, so they have
No,
different
you're talking about
characteristics.
skin color changes. I'm talking about race as a category.
Okay, but then let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Because we talk about who is racist or who is I don't know, oppressed or what. Do you know where the slave trade started happening? Because I'm from Slavic country. I know that we are one of the first that were traded
It
as
was
slaves.
done by who? It was done by who predominantly?
It was done by the Ottoman Empire. Before them, it was done by the Arabs of South.
Predominantly who? Are you telling me that Western Europeans didn't participate?
No, in the Slavic.
Let's not be
Slave trade.
dishonest. Are you saying that Western Europeans did
No,
not?
you can Google this. This is not something.
I know.
That is my
First
opinion.
of all, the Ottomans were Europeans. Let's not beat around the bush. That's in present day Turkey. Turkey is like a Eurasian country, right?
It's
They're
not
not. They're
European. No. I
wait,
mean,
Turkey is not European.
listen. What?
Turkey is not European.
They're not white as I am.
Is Turkey European though?
They are half European, half Asian.
Okay, cool. So let's not pretend as if Turkey was done like an outsider. They're not outsiders. And also,
Okay, so white
are you
people.
telling me that? Wait,
You
hold
want to
on.
say that? Sorry.
Are you telling me that Western Europeans didn't participate in enslaving Slavic people?
They did, especially
Okay.
the western, the northern tribes like the Vikings and.
Yes, Viking is an occupation, but yes, from the 8th to 12th century, especially, like a lot of Western Europeans did participate, whether it was the Vikings or also the Franks, right? So Slavs were not specifically targeted for their race because Slavic within itself is not a race. But when it comes to, for example, the transatlantic slave trade, hold on one second. The transatlantic slave trade, what made it different than the slavery systems that existed prior to it?
But listen,
Wait,
you know.
can you answer my question? What made the transatlantic?
I cannot. Just let me explain 10 seconds. What does it change? Because you say that white are inherently racist, you said? That was the topic. I will
Why
mute
was
myself.
whiteness created?
Sorry?
Why was
Who
whiteness
created whiteness? Or what is blackness? Who created blackness?
Yes,
I
whiteness
don't
and
understand those
blackness.
questions.
Hold on, Marco. Blackness and whiteness were created. Yes, they're not biological. There is no genetics that like backs whiteness or blackness up. There's a reason as to why they were created. They were created by Western Europeans, specifically. The first time that like Africa was grouped in as a race was literally by Gomez Inns de Zurara. He was commissioned by Prince Henry in Portugal to do that because the Portuguese wanted a justification to expand their empire and also to enslave West Africans.
And the books that he wrote are free on Kindle for anyone who's interested.
Exactly, especially the Chronicles of the Discovery of Guinea. Literally, that's where he actively decided to deem African as one race that were uncivilized and needed to be Christianized in order to be civilized, okay?
And that is the book that is free on Kindle, Volume 1 and 2.
Period.
Use code Kenzie for nothing.
Yeah. So Marco, that's precisely why, okay? I don't know if he knows he's on mute, by the way. By the way, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, all the gifters. WWW, you guys. I'm just going to continue letting people up from Gaza.
Can I just finish 10 seconds?
Yes.
And I'll be out. I was just wanting to ask, what about the slave trade that is happening today? There are no white people involved.
In
What about the
Libya,
slave trade? Yeah, in Libya, there.
who
Do you
pays
think those
who
are the white
pays
people there?
who pays the Libyan border patrol?
Okay, I'm going out. Bye bye. I
Wait, no,
don't
no, I'm
wanna
saying who
argue.
pays the Libyan border patrol?
I don't know.
He's
I don't
a
know.
runner.
I
The
don't
He's
know.
a
the
track
Aren't
the
star.
trading
EU, the
blacks?
EU, the EU, Marco, the EU pays them money. The EU
I'm
gives them
against
boats. Hold
those
on,
institutions.
Marco. The EU pays them money. Not only money, it gives them boats. The boats that the Libyan border patrol and the Tunisian border patrol use are given by the French and the Italians. The
They
EU
go
gives them
across
that
the
money. You want to know why
Mediterranean.
it gives them that money? You want to know why it gives them that money? Because they don't want African asylum seekers. So the Libyans fuck them for
Oh,
doing that. Hold on. Fuck the Libyans for engaging in that and enslaving black Africans. And on top of that, they are actively being helped by the EU.
I know.
So how are you gonna tell me? How are you gonna tell me white people are not involved when white people are actively doing that? They're giving them. They're
But what
enabling
about
them.
the other people? It's not only white people.
Hold
What is
on.
everything about
Okay.
white people?
First of all, don't raise your voice at me. I asked you again who created whiteness, and you don't even know who created whiteness, my guy. You don't know who created whiteness. Who categorized us within these races? I don't know why people are coming up when they don't even know what they're talking about. Please, I beg you. Sorry, I don't even like to scream, my way.
I don't think you were screaming at all.
Okay, well, I don't like raising my voice as much because it gives me a headache. Okay, let's go to the next guest. If you don't know where whiteness came from, if you don't know who created it, if you don't know the purpose of why it was created, then please, I beg you, you're making a fool out of yourself when you come up here. Okay, let's go one by one. Kenzie, if you want, you can take the next one.
Up to you.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Hello.
Hello. Matt Nuclear is not in the request.
So, guys, can I ask you a question? Who invented height and eye color?
Those are just observations.
Right. And why are those different to race?
Well, those are genetic.
Oh, so why are they genetic but race is not genetic? How have you come to that conclusion?
Because we can look at specific genes that determine the outcome.
Yeah, we can all look at a person and tell if they're black or white as well. So I need something better than that. Can you give me an
Well,
actual
what
scientific
genes
reason?
determine what
So
genes
you guys
determine
have been
whiteness?
you've been asking for definitions all night long, and you've been playing with people who have below 20 IQ. You guys have maybe 46 IQ at best.
What genes determine race? You're muted.
He doesn't know if he's muted.
I said, if you check somebody's DNA right now, you wouldn't be able to know what their eye color is, what their height is, or what their race is. That doesn't make any of those things any less obvious or
You
apparent.
would.
No, you would.
Eye
No, you
color. Eye
wouldn't. What's the
color
DNA?
are
What's the DNA to check someone's eye color? What is it?
eye color are genes that have recessive and dominant traits. Height is also the same. Height is basically found on the X chromosome. So, can you tell me, using those parameters, where race is?
So, by the way, there is no way you guys are being serious. They're trolling all of you, by the way. They're white people and they're trolling you. You've got an arrow.
So, I don't care about this cope. If you want to cry, go look in the mirror and do it by yourself. I asked you a very direct question.
Yeah.
What genes determine race?
What genes determine height?
I told you the genes are found on the X chromosome.
No, they're not.
They are. That's why your height is predominantly decided by your mother.
No, you're actually completely wrong. It's not.
Oh. Great. What genes determine race?
So, by the way, race is a social white and nobody's actually black. There's nobody who's actually the color of milk and nobody who's actually pitch black in color. At very best, you're dark brown, extremely dark brown, or a peachy sort of color. So in that way, yes, race is a social construct, but in no other way. If you're saying African Americans are the same as white people, you're wrong. There is differences. We can see it not only in how they look, but typically in how we think. Our IQs, the societies that we've built, almost.
So none of that tells me what genes determine race.
If you're going to keep muting me, it's kind of annoying. Like you keep muting my mic. It's getting a bit irritating.
Right, I don't want to mute you, but if you need moderation, then I will moderate you. And
No,
you've been
just-
asked a direct question and you don't answer it. So again, you're going to be asked for what, the fourth time now?
Yeah.
What genes determine race?
Okay, what genes determine race? You keep asking this question. It's an irrelevant question. If you check somebody's DNA,
It's
no,
not. It's
you
not
can't
because
tell if
you
they're white
gave
or black,
me,
but that's
you
irrelevant.
gave me phenotypes or certain characteristics that do have genes that we can point to.
Okay, can I just
And
say,
so-
Ryan, W fucking Ryan. Ryan has been going crazy. Also, I never knew I wasn't black. Guest, Eddie. Crazy. Continue, Kenzie.
Did you know that Arabs invented slavery, though, Kobe?
So again, here you are, not answering the question and just continuing to make additional claims.
In fact, did you know
Answer
that
the
Arabs still
question.
have slaves today? And white
Answer
people
the question or go.
don't? Guys, if you're losing the argument, that's fine. But
I
carrying
don't know
on
why
muting
you
me is
think
not
we're
helping you prove your
losing
point.
when you don't answer the question.
So the question is ridiculous. The post is ridiculous. It says if you're white, you're inherently racist, but at the same time, there's no such.
The question is not
You're muting
ridiculous
me again.
because
If-
you.
So-
I will continue to mute you. If you leave, I don't care.
Of course,
We don't need you.
losing. You're
okay?
losing. You're losing.
You can keep coping all you want. It does not change what is being asked of you. You came up here saying, how have we determined eye color? How have we determined height? And I've pointed to you to genetic markers that lead to these determinants. I want you to do the same for race because that's showing how the characteristics that you're pointing to are not the same as race.
So here's the thing.
So either do it or
Yeah.
go.
So here's the thing. Neither me or you are biologists. Are you a biologist? I don't think you
Yes.
are. No, you're not. You're not, though. Let's be honest. You're not.
Then
So
why did you ask?
what you're doing is sitting in front of a laptop and Googling.
Again, I don't care about this cope. I don't care.
Don't care about
If
this,
you
bro.
need to tell your
This is the
feelings to someone, I
people are
suggest
low
a
IQ. This
therapist.
proving the point. Like, look how low
Eddie,
I'm not
Eddie.
proving the point. I'm
if you're low
moderating you.
IQ. Mute me if you're low.
You're
Eddie,
proving
you
the
said-
point.
If you're low IQ, mute
Thank
me
you.
again. Go on.
Kenzie, Eddie, you said that race is biological. She's just asking you what gene determines that. Why are you crashing out? Just answer the question.
The question, even though you're going to keep muting me every 5 seconds.
No, because you're not answering the question. That's why. You brought up Arabs enslaving people. Go check my fucking account. All my videos are about Libyan slave trade, bro. So
So-
again, Eddie,
So the
check
actual
what
post.
Kenzie.
The actual post.
Hold on, Eddie. Answer her question. You said race is biological. Answer her question. Unless you want to concede and admit that it's not biological.
Yeah. So whether I can point to the exact genome that makes people white or black right now, I can't know because I'm not a biologist. But what I can say is that race is obvious, and it's obviously based on your DNA. It's obviously based on your family.
Well, then give us a source from a biologist who can.
So the actual post is if you're white, you're inherently racist. Can we talk about the post, or have we now changed the topic?
Well,
I
we will
feel like we need
talk
to change
about
the
the
background.
post. Wait. We are engaging with the post here, but you brought up this talking point. You wanted to talk about eye color, you wanted to talk about height, and you wanted to make that analogous to race. I say that's a false equivalence. And I'm saying that's a false equivalence because there is alleles and genes that are basis of eye color and height, but not in race. So that's my counter to your claim. And so now I'm asking you to give me the evidence that shows that race is also based in genes. Because
So
if
are
you
you-
can't, then your
just to clarify.
comparison was wrong.
So just to clarify, you're making the claim that if you take somebody's blood test right now, you can tell their eye color based on their blood test.
I'm not making that claim. I'm saying that
what
when it
claim are you
comes to stop talking, if you need me to clarify, I will. Because you said, how do we determine someone's eye color? How do we determine someone's height?
I didn't say that.
These
I didn't ask that question.
these are physical observations that are present in people.
No, I didn't
due-
actually. I didn't
due
ask.
to specific genes.
You're answering the wrong question. This is called a fallacious argument. This is a straw man. I didn't say how do we determine somebody's eye
Then
color.
what
I
does
didn't say
eye
that.
color and height have anything to do with race?
So if you can stop muting me and straw manning, I'll explain to you. So basically, I never said how do we determine somebody's eye color. I said if we was to take somebody's blood test and look at their DNA, would we be able to determine their eye
You
color? That's a
never
very
said
different
anything about a
question.
blood test.
I never said anything about a blood test.
Correct. You've only
Okay.
brought up blood tests now.
Okay. No,
So
you're
I
right.
just want
My
I just
original
want
claim.
to wait. I just want to know, what does eye color and height have anything to do with race? Link those for me.
Okay, hold on. Before
Because
you
none
respond,
of them can be
before
checked
you
by somebody's
respond,
DNA.
one second. Before it's a host speaking, I'll let you guys have this one-on-one. Just wanted to say, oh my God, W Ryan. I hope they got it before you. I think they got it. Thank you. Ryan is going crazy. Can everybody in the chat say W Ryan? Every single Ghazan I've been bringing up this whole time, Ryan has been getting to 1K, by the way. W fucking Ryan.
Let's go, Ryan.
Exactly, but continue your one-on-one.
Salam,
Yeah,
guys.
so I
Bonjour.
was speaking about height and eye color because I was clearly making the point that if you was to check somebody's DNA, you wouldn't be able to tell based on their DNA what their race is, what their height is, what their eye color is. And I think that still stands. I think it's pretty obvious that if you do check someone's DNA, you cannot tell what their eye color is based on their DNA or their height. If you take someone's blood, you can't know if they're 6'6". There's no way to know that. In the same way, there's no way to know if they're African or not. It's irrelevant. That doesn't make any of these things any less apparent when we see them with our own two eyes.
The difference between height and eye color is that they do have a genetic basis, where
No,
when
so
it comes to race, it does not. So I don't think that's a fair comparison.
No, but if you were right, that would mean based on somebody's DNA, you would be able to check what their eye color is or what their height is, and you can't. So it's not genetic.
It is genetic. How is your eye color determined?
By the same thing that determines your race, my dear.
What is that?
Something that you're not going to accept is true anyway.
Well, what is it? Tell us.
Biology.
What specifically?
Again, you're not a biologist and I'm not a biologist. Let's go back to the
Well,
topic
I'm not
of...
the one making this claim. You are. So
No, but I think we could go back to
the evidence.
if you're white, you're inherently racist, but at the same time, there's no such thing as white.
Give us the evidence.
So can you explain to me how you can be white, inherently racist, but at the same time, you don't exist because being white is not real?
You're pivoting again. You're
No,
pivoting
I'm
because you
asking the
don't
actual
have the
question.
evidence. You are.
Actually, I've made my point, and you can't argue my point that based on someone's DNA, again, race is irrelevant. You can't tell their race, you can't tell their height, you can't tell their eye color. You can't debate.
I just said that eye
Go around
color
in circles.
and I just said eye color and height is based on your genetics and race is not, and you disagreed with that. You said they're both based on
No,
your
science
genetics.
disagrees with that because if you check somebody's
Okay, then
genetics,
give me
you can't tell any of
the
these things.
evidence. Then give me the evidence.
You're muting me mid-sentence. Like you're not even. Nobody else is speaking. I'm not interrupting anyone, and they're still muting me.
I
It's
want
okay to take
a
the L.
source.
Take the
I
L.
want a source. That's what I want.
Look, you want a source, but what you need is a job. Like you're jobless, you're broke, you need the gifts. Like you're rage baiting people. This is
Again, this is all cope, and I don't care. If you need to say this to someone to like confirm your gender and have some gender affirming care that you're a masculine man, go do it in the mirror. I don't care.
you need a job, bro. ASAP. Like this is so bad.
Great. You act like you know me. Wonderful. Now answer, give me the evidence that shows that race is based in genetics.
That shows that race.
Race is based in genetics. Do you need me to write it down?
You could easily go on Google and find the exact definition, but I don't have time to sit here like going on.
Then do it. Then do
So
it.
obvious,
You made the
so
claim.
obvious.
You
That
made
is
the
silly.
claim, and
It's
now we
silly.
are asking you to substantiate it. So do it. Come on, you're a big, strong man. Can you not do a little labor?
Wait, what do you mean I'm a big strong man? How do you know I'm a man?
Are you gonna do it or not?
I got you there, didn't I? Wait, so obviously gender is also a social construct, right? How did you know I'm a
No,
man?
you did
I'm
not
just curious.
get me. I'm just not engaging with this kind of.
No, but come on. You know that you think that gender.
Here is your last warning. Are you gonna do it or not? Because if you're not, then I'm gonna kick you.
just kick me, because honestly, this is
Okay.
pointless. You lost. So take the L, bro. You lost.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Go call your mom. Tell her how
Okay.
wonderful you did on the live. Maybe she'll be proud of you.
W. Kenzie, by the way, she ate with that one. Anyway, WW to all the gifters, by the way. Y'all are genuinely awesome. I'm letting everybody who disagrees up one by one. So, yeah, stay in the requests. Also, W to the people who are liking. We already got over 50K. Now, can we get over 100K? That's the next milestone, okay? Get over 100K. Everybody here, if everybody here can share to 5 people, by the way, the live, that would also be amazing. Oh my God, W Ryan. Wow. Ryan is doing an amazing job. But yeah, Lorenzo, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address the point that race isn't rooted in genetics. I don't think that means that anybody's unequal to one another, but we are different phenotypes and genotypes of human. Melanin content is a big part of that, right? That's our genetic coding that codes for how much melanin we produce. Race is a factor of genetics to a certain degree. That's all I wanted to say.
I would disagree.
Can I ask why you would disagree with that?
Yeah, because I don't think like necessarily your melanin saturation, if that's the right word, determines your race. Like for example, I have very little melanin. I'm very pale. And my mother is Italian and is more dark skinned, yet she is still classified as white.
Right. So actually, I have Italian heritage as well, and my mother could pass as Indian. But
Right.
to say that,
so obviously that doesn't determine your race.
right, but nobody's arguing that is the one determining factor in race. More so that there are genetic specificities that align with certain racial groups, like African people. African people do have significantly darker skin on average than European people. That is due to genetic differences.
Do you think people from India have darker skin than people from China?
On average, yes. I'm very well aware that Northern Indians have or can have quite fair skin, but it is still differently pigmented to people in China.
Then why are they both classified as Asian?
Because of their geological state on the planet.
Well, it's just to show
They
that
both reside
race is
in
this
Asia.
classification. It's not determinate based on like
Right, but
one
European isn't
phenotypical
like
characterization.
a race. Caucasian is a race. Asian isn't really a race. It's a.
Asian is a race.
I mean, all right, but I still maintain that classification is not due to anything other than their geological positioning in the world, as they both fall under Asia. Again, like your genetics
So you're
don't really
admitting it's not
determine your
you're
worth.
admitting it's not just phenotype. I would also say race is like a legal classification, is also part of like ethnic classifications. Like, yeah, it's not just phenotype, therefore it's not based in genetics.
Right, but genetics do play a big role in it. You can't just
No,
like.
I disagree
But
still.
why is my skin white? My
Wait,
skin
hold
is
on
white
once
because of
again,
my
Lorenzo.
genetics.
Do you know so you're in the US, right?
No, I'm Canadian.
Okay. Do you know about how the US classifies Arabs as white?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so it does. Do you know why it classified them as white?
Enlighten me, I don't.
Yeah, because in the early 1900s, a Syrian Christian man sued the American government because he couldn't rent an area in a Caucasian neighborhood, and so he claimed that, oh, if Jesus Christ came from the Levant and you guys claim that he's white, and I come from the Levant, why can't I be white? I swear to God, this
I
is
believe
the
you.
exact argument that he brought up in the courthouse, right? And they accepted that argument, and that's precisely why they started classifying even Arabs as white, right?
I
So,
believe you. That's fine.
so there is no
Personally.
genetic basis for that. The same
Well,
way,
we'd have to
the
disagree
same
there.
way. Hold on, wait, hold on. Is there a genetic basis for them just switching over to becoming white?
Is there? I'm confused at the question. Is there a genetic basis to them switching it to being white?
Yes, because they changed their races based on that.
Oh
They
no,
used
that's
to not. They used to not be considered white, and now they're considered white. The same way with Tyla. I bring this argument all the time. Tyla, the singer, is considered racially colored in South Africa, but once she leaves South Africa, she's considered racially black.
sure, but
Two different racial
those are
categories.
social constructs. Not we're moving away from. Like, first of all,
That's
I
the
don't
point.
believe. Okay,
Race is a
I
social
let you speak.
construct.
Now you got to let me speak.
Mhm.
I don't believe that Jesus Christ or the Bible has any place in lawmaking or decisions on the planet. I think that that's all a crock of shit, to be honest with you. And that has no place. Like, that argument gives me like no bearing that idiots in the United States, Bible thumpers in the United States, decided that Arabs are white based on the context that Jesus was an Arab. To me, that bears zero significance other than the fact that there are stupid people in America who make stupid decisions. You know, grounded. No, I'm not.
Sarah Rector was a black woman in Oklahoma who happened to struck oil on her land and became a millionaire. But at the time, black people could not ride the train, and she needed to do so in order to do things with the oil. So the United States government just changed her classification of race from black to white.
But I
And
still
her
don't
genetics
understand how
obviously
that
did not
differs
change.
from
So
my
it's
previous.
also like a legal status as well as a social status.
Oh, okay. So what's the argument here? Or is the argument that there are just so many different definitions of race that you can choose one that doesn't have to do with genetics? Because in that point, then yes, I
I'm
agree.
saying it's not based on genetics because there's no clear-cut genetics that determines race.
Right, but based on the two arguments you've made, you would be defining race as a societal agreement. The fact that we, as a society, the United States agreed that Jesus was a white man living in the Middle East, and therefore Arabs are white. That's a societal agreement based
It's
in
a
zero.
social construct. Yes, race is a social construct.
Okay, you're entitled to that opinion. I mean, but like,
It's
It's
not
not
an
an
opinion. It's a
opinion.
fact. It's a fact. Race is not a genetic categorization. It's a social construct. That's just a fact.
okay, I understand that. I understand that time is a social construct. That doesn't
No,
mean
I'm
that
not
it's not
talking about
real.
time. I'm talking about the fact that all human
Right,
beings
it's
share
called an
about.
analogy.
No. I'm just saying again. There is, like, scientifically, the general consensus is as well that race is just a social construct. The Human Genome Project tried to test this, by the way, back in 2003. And what they did find is all humans share about 99.9% of their DNA. And the small amount of variation that exists between humans does not even cluster into clear racial groups, which means
Okay, that's
a
fine,
black.
but we
1 second,
also
I'm not
share
done.
99.
I'm not done. Respectfully, I'm the host. I feel like when you're on the panel, like, you have to let people finish. I'll let you finish as well. And that's precisely why there might be more genetic diversity between two black people than there are between a black person and a white person. Which means genetically, a black person from a certain region might be genetically closer to a white person than they are to another black person, which shows how Africa is the most genetically diverse continent out there. Right? That's why, and all of the people there are just categorized as black. So that's why I'm telling you that race is not genetic. It's a social construct. There is no such thing as a genetic line where one race ends and another begins. These discrete categories don't exist within science. Human genetic variation does not divide into racial categories. Societies are the ones who divided them. You can respond. You can unmute and respond.
You are muted.
Oh, thank you. I was system muted or something there. You made a bit of a fallacious argument there that humans share 99.9% of DNA with each other, and using that as a basis for your argument, we share a 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees as well. Clearly, we're very distinct from chimpanzees, right? So, well, I'm not using that to completely refute your argument. I think it's, important to keep context, and that is important context for that. Whether that race is a societal construct, I 100% agree. Everything in society is a societal construct because it's based in society, right? But to say that, my whole point from the beginning is not that race is based, solely on genetics, but that genetics from race to race, there are certain groups and certain genes that do appear significantly more frequently in certain racial groups than others. One of those being melanin content and how that gene is expressed, right? Another example is how
typically, and I'm very well aware that there are Asians who can tolerate milk and lactose, the lactose intolerant gene and the lac operon is significantly more impaired in the group of Asian people. I'm not sure if you're aware about that. There are links, is all I'm trying to say. To say that just out of the blue that genetics plays zero role in differentiating, human phenotypes or genotypes, I just think is wrong, and it's something I disagree with.
Which Asians are lactose intolerant? Are you talking about Indians? Are you talking about Chinese? Are you talking like which Asians?
Right.
Or are you talking about the Saudis? Because they're Asian too. Are you talking about, I don't know, the Lebanese? They're Asian too. Are you talking about the Mongolians? They're also Asians. Are you talking about the Kazakhs? Are you talking about the people in Tajikistan?
Right. So once again, you're not asking for my opinion. You're just trying to
again,
badger me
Lorenzo,
here.
I'm asking which Asians are you talking
But every
about? Because
time I try
Asian
to
has the
reply,
racial cat. No,
right. But every
I'm
time I try to
literally
reply, you
replying
just
to
tell
you.
me,
Hold on. I
but
literally
what
let
about
you
this one?
speak. I let you speak. Did I not let you speak?
You did, and then you asked me
Okay,
8
cool.
questions in
So
quick
I didn't
succession.
ask you again, when we're talking about the racial category of Asian, which Asians are you talking about?
Right. Specifically, it's Southeast Asians like China, Japan, Taiwan, and other places have a significantly lower tolerance to lactose than
Okay,
people from Europe.
Okay, so if it's racially based and it's genetic, how come Saudis don't have that? Because they're also Asian. How come Mongolians
Right.
don't have that? They're also Asian.
May I speak?
Yes.
Right. So as I stated before, Asian in that reference, I don't believe as congruent with race, as it's a notion of geography.
It is a
You are
race
in
though. It is a racial
right,
category.
right. But we just agreed on the fact that it's a societal construct, right? Asian can mean two things. It can mean a race of Asian people, and it can also mean geography. If you're from the continent of Asia, you are Asian.
No, that's not what it is. Race literally does not mean genetics, by the way. Can you bring me a source that says that race is genetic?
Right. I agreed with that 2 minutes ago.
Can you give me a source that says that race has genetic basis?
Of
Give me a
course
source. 'Cause
not. I just agreed with you 2 minutes ago.
So you believe that race is a social construct?
Yes, and there
Okay.
are differentiating factors that happen to coincide with genetic differences. It is
No.
not a sole 100% basis, but to say that white people are completely genetically identical to black people is false. Do
I didn't
think
say they're
we're
genetically
equal?
identical. Which black people are you talking about? You're talking about East Africans? Are you talking about South Africans? Are you talking about Central Africans? West
Pick
Africans?
one. All of them. All
No.
of them.
Again,
All of them.
do you know that there are certain black groups within Africa that are genetically closer to white people than any other African people?
Right. Yes, I do. And that's
Okay.
still a false argument because
It's
just
not a
because they're
false
genetic,
argument because
no, it's not.
because they're
Just
in the
because-
one racial category though. They're in one racial categorization. And yet they
Can
have
I-
this amount of genetic diversity between them.
Can I explain to you why that's not correct? Or why that's not a correct argument? Not your point is correct. I can see that
I think
some
you're
black
just talking
people
about epistemic outcomes rather than genetics. But I do want to ask you, in the United States, were there any groups here immigrating that were not classified as white that you would consider Caucasian?
I'm not American. I have a relatively low grasp on what goes on with American immigration.
Yeah, so in the 30s and 40s, we saw a huge rise in immigrants from Ireland as well as Italy, and they were not classified as white.
Right. I agreed previously that it is a social construct. However, there are differences in
How can you
phenotype and
say that
genotype
it
of
is?
human.
How can you say that it is based in genetics and there is a genetic link when obviously there were people who would you say had genetic phenotypes of whiteness but were not classified as white?
Right. So for the third time now, I have not said that race is based in genetics, only that there is genetic link to different races. I'd like to quickly,
Then
because I
why
was not
were
given a chance
Irish
to
and
mention.
Italian people not classified as white if there was a genetic link?
Somewhere you're misunderstanding me here. They were denied that because it's a social construct, right? Through science, and I'd just like to
Then
quickly address.
obviously it's not a
Please,
genetic link. Thank you.
I would just like to quickly address the point made previously, which was that just because certain groups of black people, certain groups of African people are more genetically related to white people, does not dispute the point that there's genetic differences between other groups of white people and other groups of black people. All that means is that that specific group of black people is more distantly related to the other group of black people. Not that there's no difference. That's like not a good argument.
Well, what is whiteness then?
The lack of melanin content. Like what
What
do you
does
ask
that
me?
mean? No,
Societally,
like,
there's many
wait,
advantages. You're right.
Irish and Italian people always had a lack of melanin content, yet they weren't classified as white.
Of course, societally, they weren't classified as white because of white supremacism and wanting to keep certain
Obviously,
lines
that's not
clear.
what whiteness is defined as.
Right, but can you agree that we've, evolved as a society to the point where we can look at science and agree that there are differences between groups of humans without putting one another down?
Not in the classification of race.
Well, there we disagree.
Right, but you can't show that that's historically true or even presently true.
That there are genetic differences between white people and different groups of black people, or different groups of black people between different groups of black
Or
people?
different, yes, or different genetics between Asian
Right, so
people,
are you aware
between
of Darwin's
indigenous
finches?
people. What?
Are you aware of Darwin's finches?
No.
Right. So this is an example of classical allopathic speciation, and I'll explain what that is. That basically means when two groups of the same species are divided by a barrier, which is typically land, like in access to the same geography, they develop different traits and can become totally different species. I'm not arguing that we're different species here. I'm not arguing that. Nor do I think that this has any bearing, and I can't stress this enough, that one group is more superior to the other. I think that's stupid. However, Darwin found when he released a bunch of finches onto an island and then separated them, some of the finches developed really short beaks because that was advantageous. Some of them had very long beaks. Now, just about 30 years ago, research was done on the same groups and found that those same species had speciated into two different species genetically, right? I agree with you that humans are one species. However, for very, very, very long periods of time, we were divided by significant geographical borders. Not borders in the classical, in the modern sense,
What time
but in the
period are you
classical
referencing
sense.
here?
Wait, I'm so sorry, can we hear about from Mohammed, by the way? Because don't gift Mohammed, by the way. They're not a Ghazan.
Yeah.
They are a geneticist, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah, I work in forensic genetics, and you're confusing converging like factors and environmental studies, and it goes against your own argument. So
I'd
it's
love
not
to learn.
something that, dude, Lorenzo, I just got here. Like, let me say my words before you intervene with your point. So what you're doing is like those areas, they end up having a bottleneck effect, and they change their features based on survival. Some areas have heavier berries, or stuck between trees, so their beaks have to change through certain aspects. Those are environmental changes that work based on environment, not because they're innately different from one another. They're still the same converging like origins of finches. Same with people. The reason we have these things called gene flow and genetic drift, we have the same frequencies that come from Africa, but not within each other. It's because our origins are the same, but does not mean we are different within races. Pigmentation, you're doing this whole causation equals correlation, and it's not the case. Your skin color isn't indicative of your location. It just means, yes, there might be more coloration in places that have higher heat, different climates, different things like that, because of environmental changes, not because of that. And that in nature changes how your hair follicles come out and the texture of your hair and the certain like aspects of phenotypes. Like the whole milk argument you were doing was also a silly argument because that's epigenetics. That's because you weren't exposed to milk for long periods of time. You have different chemistries in your bodies that will react that don't have the same reaction to lactose. So this argument you're making that we're innately different because of locations, but we're the same, like it's not the case. We aren't different in the aspects that you're trying to explain. This is not like the race theory is never accepted in the genetic world. Race theory is something that even geneticists disagree with because phenotypical features can be changed with it. Like I have vitiligo. I have white patches of my skin. There are people who are in the African locations that have Athena, help me out here.
Albinism?
Albinism, yes, and they'll have phenotypical features that present white, but they are of a different location. That does not again, you're dismissing things. Oh, we have similarities to fruit flies and all these arguments. Yes, that's because we're close genetically to a lot of things, but environmental differences don't change our fundamental making of people. Environmental differences is what you're thinking of, not race differences. It has nothing to do with skin tone or any other phenotypical features you're trying to think of.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Let's go to Lorenzo. You can respond. You're muted.
Sorry, I was saying thanks for your perspective, Mohammed. I appreciate it. Now, a couple of things is one, I'm also I'm a biologist as well. I'm just about to graduate from the University of Waterloo, and I can agree. And this is kind of getting to the frustrating point where I'm not arguing we're different species. I never have. And to your point about Darwin's finches and them being environmental changes, you brought up yourself how the melanin content and the lack of tolerance to lactose can be not reduced, but tracked to a lack of or a need for a certain thing, whether that need is melanin or that need is a lack of the lac operon functioning as it does normally to people who are introduced to milk. Where we disagree, and perhaps you can convince me otherwise and I can learn something from this, why was it that after, so many years, Darwin's species, finches, speciated, and they're now considered different species? Again, I do believe race is a social construct, but to say that there is no genetic differences between races, I feel like is false.
So that's the thing. You're confusing. So its origins is the same, just because. So you're mixing up speciation versus convergence, where there are some animals who have different origins, but because they have similar environmental changes to get them to the same point, they have similarities with one another, but they're completely different species. So this argument that's animal evolution is separate from human, where we have similarities in certain aspects, but what you're so it's environmentally based and nothing innately based on something that makes us different. That's why race is a silly construct that we made. I know you're not fully arguing, but you're saying there's some aspects of it which is ridiculous. There's a type of people in the Americas, in the lower altitudes of the states, where they're called the blue people, and that's because
Right.
of interbreeding and low oxygen intake, their tint of their skin turns blue. But that is because of mutations. Those mutations are what makes them different, not that they're different styles of people and they start to change so much they're different from each other. It's years of environmental changes. We're not different species, the beak difference and stuff like that. You're talking about convergence between animals and interspecies breeding versus humans who are it's not a similar argument to make.
Okay, can I?
Scientists don't make this argument.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, can I bring it back to the topic because we started about whiteness. I'm a bit confused. Wait, hold on. Are you doing pre-med, Lorenzo?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, you really need to get your shit together, by the way, because you really need to educate yourself on fucking racism because of the amount of medical racism within the medical industry. Again, white people in the medical industry actively need to be getting their fucking shit together because black people are dying. I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if you knew this, Lorenzo, but
Very
black
well educated.
newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns, and then that mortality rate decreases by 32 to 59% when a black doctor takes over. Black women are up to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women at every single economic and income level. Black people actively are being misdiagnosed, not diagnosed, actively dying, whether it is black newborns who don't even know they exist or their name, up to black elderly people. So, again, racial science or genetic or whatever it is, like you need to understand what race and racism is really fundamentally, because there really is a huge issue with medical racism currently.
I 100% agree with you. And while I don't appreciate the ad hominem, like
It's not an ad
I
hom.
want,
It wasn't an ad hom.
well, you said I need to get my shit together and I should,
Yes,
a
you
bunch
do.
of
You
other
need to
things,
get your shit
which is
together,
fine,
because if you're sitting
But
here trying
this
to
is what I'm
hold
trying
on.
to say is that I do believe in racism and I do believe it's a horrible thing. I'm surrounded by women in my family and in my life who have consistently been denied medical care or the medical care standards that they should have simply because they were women. Now, I understand that it's significantly worse for Black people. I've never argued that. I do agree that the medical field needs to do better, not that they should do better. It needs to do better in these cases. But you're conflating my argument, which is, here's another thing that we believe in science is open discussion, right? And so I don't come onto these lives to put my boot down someone's throat and say, you're wrong, I'm right. I come here to learn something. And I appreciate Mohammed for trying to teach me something here. Now, I'm not saying that because we're genetically different, somebody's entitled to more medical care than somebody
No,
else.
the fact that you're
That's a
saying
stupid
genetically
argument.
different is what I have an issue with. The fact that you're saying genetically different based on race is what I have an issue with. You being pre-med and thinking that somehow white people and Black people are somehow genetically different based on their race, that is the issue that I have. Because that is leading a lot, because within medicine, white medical students and residents and all that stuff literally believe that Black people's blood coagulates differently, that our skin is thicker, that we have a higher pain tolerance, all of these different things, because they legitimately believe that Black and white people are genetically different and therefore we need different treatments. And that causes to medical complications, and that causes to a higher likelihood of Black people suffering some kind of higher likelihood of dying.
Right. And I agree with you. That's terrible.
Yeah, but there are
That
no
shouldn't be the
genetic
case.
differences based on race, is my point. The genetic differences that you're talking about is literally environmental, predominantly. It's not about race. It's not about race. The fact that you sit here and you're thinking that there are genetic differences based on race is the issue that I have. And by the way, it wasn't an ad hom. I don't care about attacking you personally. What I care about is actively preventing the likelihood of Black people literally dying for simply existing within a Black body, because there are a lot of people who have misconceptions on what it means to be Black and white and what race is and what racism is, and they go around operating through that prism and actively causing harm to Black patients. That's why.
And I can agree with you there. And to your point, here's the thing. I do agree that, and this is not for any other reason than that Black people have lived a Black life and know the certain challenges and racial challenges that white people cannot understand. I agree with you there. Because of those certain factors, like societal factors, Black people are more prone to certain diseases. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with a higher pain tolerance or we should be experimenting on them or anything like that. But in the medical field, there's a reason why race sometimes can contribute to certain diseases and certain factors, and that can be for the benefit of the individual's care. Even Black doctors will know and acknowledge that in the Black community, and this is not genetic, this is societal, at least as far as I'm aware, hypertension and heart disease is significantly at higher risk. Now, a very big portion of that is the access to the type of foods in low-income houses where oppressed Black people are living.
But Lorenzo, you're doing this whole thing that we were arguing with you. That's nothing to do with race. That has to do with environmental and social construct stresses that cause upon the bodies and stuff. That this is why we had so much bad scientists that made huge movements in ethical movements. Have you ever heard of the Tuskegee study?
No, I haven't.
That's a huge one that they will teach you in the medical field, where it was a fucked up study where they had 3 phases where they basically told people we were treating people for, was it, Athena, was it tuberculosis?
Syphilis.
Syphilis.
Oh, I am aware of this, yes. Okay.
3 stages. One of them, the last stage was basically them giving up and not giving them treatment because they were so far off their base on their second treatment, there was no treatment left for them. They lied to them and said they were getting treatment just to see if there was any differences in certain communities, how syphilis would affect the body. this notion that there is this huge difference based on stuff of race rather than environmental stressors that cause like immunochemistries like to change inside the body is the issue. Like you might not understand that, but that's some of the things that is still being fought now. This is some of the huge ethical issues we ran across for like decades. And like to say that there's differences, yes, there's differences, but did you know like there's like some things like diseases that are quote unquote more prevalent in Jewish tribes, but it's still in other areas too, because it's again not based on anything.
Oh, Muhammad, you stopped talking. I don't know if it's just me.
Oh,
but...
sorry, it might be my connection. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
If you need
I was gonna say the issue that I have is right that, for example, you brought up hypertension. You brought up that as like an example because your argument is like genetic differences between white and black, and then bringing
Before you continue, I'm really sorry, but before you continue, I mentioned several times specifically in that sentence that was a societal factor.
Exactly. So I don't know why you brought it up. I don't know why you brought it up when you know it's a societal factor. To claim that it's like some kind of racial factor or what, it's not. It's due to racism. Okay. And the issue that I have is that you're bringing that up in a conversation where you're trying to illustrate how white people and black people are genetically different to one another. It misattributes a social and structural health disparity to innate biology. White people, like, again, somehow black people are not innately predisposed to like have hypertension. That's the issue that I have. You're removing the fact that this is, again, an environmental, social, and systemic issue that is caused by racism. And then you're trying to claim that it's genetic differences. No. There is no such thing as racial genetic differences because race is a bullshit concept. It was created by a bunch of rando white Europeans who wanted a justification for the slave trade and for colonization. You really think that Gomez de Zurara, when he was creating the African race in his book, The Chronicles of the Discovery of Guinea, had any scientific basis?
Of course
Or what about, okay, what about Gomez, what's his name? François Bernier? What about Johann Blumenbach? What about Carlinius? All these different people who were going around comparing skull shapes and phrenology and all these different things. They didn't have a scientific basis, bro. They were stupidly saying, oh, I don't know, maybe these people, they kind of like look the same. So let's just categorize all of them as this one category and let's enslave them. That's literally the whole purpose of race. And you trying to add a scientific or biological spin to this is actively causing harm to black people. Even Darwin, you brought up Darwin. Darwin didn't agree with social Darwinism. The idea of implementing his theories, right, onto the humans, he disagreed with that. But social Darwins, like people who developed social Darwinism, they only did that to basically claim that black people were the missing link between ape and human, and therefore that we were not human to justify colonizing us and enslaving us. So I need people, especially if you're in pre-med, this is not an ad hom, but this is actually a fucking urgent. The fact that you're in pre-med and you're believing in any of these things, and if you operate through that prism and treat any black patients, that could ultimately lead to their death.
I mean, if I can add, like this is in aspects of different life. Like a lot of this has become like things that we believe are scientifically valid because this came in as a pseudoscience and people conflate it. Like there's still people who think like they use the FBI's like certain like data for black on black crime to be accurate, even though those don't take into account exonerations or anything like that. It is something that non-scientists use, but others use to back up a racist point, to say, well, look, these people have differences in their DNA. These people have differences in violence, the healthcare stuff. It's so indoctrinated in our system to treat them as other, so we can't understand them because they are other. It's not necessarily something that you are doing, but something that you are backing up in your thought based on something that has been even ingrained into the science field. And that's why we have certain ethics, certain things that we do now to get this unengraved out of our heads.
Right. and I can agree with both, like all of the points that you both just made. My original purpose for coming on the panel was somebody made a point that there is no genetic difference between races. That is something that I'm still struggling to see as fact. And to your point about environmental factors, my reasoning for confusion there, and maybe you can, convince me or prove to me that, and if you don't want to do that, that's fine. That still has led to genetic differences is the fact that, if two black people have a kid, doesn't matter where in the world, they're born black. And is it not due to genetics? Like, this is where I'm kind of getting confused here.
So there, even that isn't completely true. There could be latent genes that could make someone who is like not just like mutations like albinism,
Recessive
but other
genes, yeah.
factors. But that's also not so. Again, you look at in this state where it's like, oh, black people here and white people here have this big difference. But what they don't do in those studies that usually are early 200s, early 90s, they don't look into, actually, the other phenotypes in white people in, like, let's say South Africa or other regions that they had ancestors there, they have different, like, hair genetics too. They have different things, different, like, diseases, like certain things that are quote unquote prevalent in the black American communities aren't shared anywhere else.
Wait, can I? Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
so
of
sorry.
course, it's real.
Yeah, can I just say the trait that you just brought up with like just skin color, right? These are literally, I mean, are controlled by a very tiny number of genes. The same way blue eyes are also controlled by these genes. But just because, let's say, eye color runs in a family, it doesn't mean that now we have a racial category which is called the blue-eyed people as a separate genetic species, right? So you have to understand that appearance alone does not necessarily define race. Because the things that you just mentioned with regards to skin color, hair texture, all these different things are very, very superficial traits that are controlled by a very, very tiny amount of heritable genes. Okay. But when we talk about black, white, Asian, these are not biological divisions. These are social and legal categorizations that determine where you are positioned within society. That's the difference. Okay. So that's precisely why, for example, an East African person two East African people who birth a black child, that child would be genetically completely different from, let's say, a West African couple that have a black child. So two black people can be more genetically different from each other than from a white person, depending on their ancestry. Yes. And this does not determine race. When we're talking about race is not genetic. It is not biological. Again, as I just mentioned, the Human Genome Project back in 2003 already determined this. Race is, again, a legal categorization, right? And so back to my initial topic, when we're talking about whiteness, I don't care about skin color. I care about where you are positioned on the hierarchy. You as a white person, your positioning is in relation to blackness. And in relation to blackness is perceived to be non-human, uncivilized, everything that whiteness is not. And whiteness is perceived to be human, civilized, the default, the norm. And therefore, society literally is built to cater to you as a white person. You go to school, you learn history from a white perspective. You turn on the news, you watch news from a white perspective. Political discourse, general discourse is made to humanize white people and actively degrade black people. That is precisely why in a country like Nigeria, which is predominantly black, people still bleach their skin because they have internalized anti-blackness. How are they internalizing anti-blackness in a country that is like 100% black? That is because when it comes to race, it is not some innocent scientific genetic creation. It is a creation that was, again, is an invention that was constructed to justify a global apartheid system, that some lives are deemed worthy simply for existing within a white body, and other lives are deemed unworthy, and therefore they can be exploited, they can be genocided, they can be oppressed because they're not white.
Right.
And that is not genetic, it's not scientific, it is political.
Yes.
It's
You're right.
political, purely political. So
You're
there are
right.
no genetic differences
And then
between
that's where
races.
we kind of have the disconnect again. So like I will head out and I'll say thank you both for your time. I think this is kind of more of a thing of either I'm not hearing what you're saying and you're not hearing what I'm saying, or there's something that's been lost along the way. My point has never been that any group should be treated any differently. My original point was in response to somebody on this panel who had stated that there's zero genetic difference between one racial group to another, which
Hold
is
on. I'm
something that
sorry
I
to interrupt
disagree
you.
with.
No, Lorenzo, that very idea that there are genetic differences is upholding a racial hierarchy. Because the idea of genetic differences existing was only invented to justify a racial hierarchy. Nothing more, nothing less. Prior to the 1400s, Alexander the Great was not going around saying he was a white man. The Romans, the Greeks were not saying they were white. The Vikings were not saying they were white. They all viewed each other as different people. So where is the symmetry breaker? Why did all of a sudden, prior to the 1400s, why were people not going around saying that they were white and black? But after the 1400s, why did all of a sudden people claim to be white and black? Again, the very idea, what's irritating me is the very idea that you believe races are genetically different reinforces race science. And race science is inherently racist. It was created to justify a racial hierarchy.
And if I can add to that, I think what the biggest thing that you're not understanding is that you're conflating environmental differences to be associated with race, and it isn't, because environmental differences based on skin color and all that was a thing before race was a thing. Like, people were black in other regions, other outside of Africa before. It's not something that's been there before. You're using a modern term to describe something that didn't exist. Like, environmental changes isn't synonymous with race. It isn't. It isn't something that is converged together.
I agree with
That's where your I think that's where your disconnect is, though, because you're assuming that that is the case. Why do these different races in these different regions have these different things?
Well, I'll
If
take
they
it.
were different, and that's not because of race. It's because of, again, regionalistic, phenotypical, environmental changes, not
I
race.
But I agree with you, man. And here's the thing, and maybe I should have said this earlier, or maybe it means nothing to you guys. I believe there's genetic differences between white people born in with certain lineages than white people born in completely other places with certain lineages, right?
So
Due to these environmental
race.
differences. So I don't know if I'm conflating definitions, and that's where the disconnect is, or what. But like, I'll say to you both, thanks for your time, and I really don't think we're getting anywhere. Either you with me or me with you. So I would just say have a nice day, and I'm sorry we couldn't agree.
Have a good one. I'm just saying, I think you're not using the word race the right way is the only thing. Because if you think white people in
Perhaps
one
I'm
region,
not.
and white people in another region, that's, again, environmental. So I wouldn't use, I think the disconnect is that you're using the word race. Because if there's no difference between us and everybody in one location, black, white, or brown, have similar traits versus another black, white, or person in another area, is environmental, not racial. So I think that word race isn't being used in your context correctly.
What are the
Fair enough.
genetic differences between what are the genetic differences between black people and white people? Excluding
Look,
these superficial features that you talked about with like skin color and all that. These are superficial features that are, again, controlled by very minuscule amount of genes. What are the genetic differences between black
okay,
people and white people?
so I'm not going to answer this again because, well, like there are superficial differences. I 100% agree. There's nothing that makes us inherently different as a human being from the societal standard from one another. I agree with you guys there. That isn't something that I disagree with, right? Now, like maybe it's a thing of how would you guys define different different genetic groups, even if you take it to animals, or as a hypothetical, what would make one human group genetically different from another human group? Would it be liver enzymes? Would it be
Okay,
the way kidney function?
what are they though? What are they? What are the genetic differences? Because
They
you
are the
keep harping.
superficial ones that you mentioned.
Okay. So not really genetic differences between the two.
And that's where I have a gripe with it, because there are a difference in our genes that produce those results. Now we're going in circles, and it's not a productive discussion any longer. So I'm going to leave, and that's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Athena, if I chimed in too much there. It was just frustrating.
No, it's okay.
I think he almost gets it, and then he doesn't. Because again, if there are different colored people in the same region, that takes away his whole race argument in general.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank
And
you
it's just
for
like,
thank you for
of
coming
course,
up.
thank you for having me.
It's okay, I appreciate
It's
you. Oh Lord. Let's go with the next guest. You know how scary that is? Like, do you guys genuinely know how scary that is? Like, I don't feel defeated because of that. It's terrifying. Terrifying that you have like people who are in pre-med in 2026 who believe in race science. Like, oh Lord. Wow. Kenzie, sorry, are you still here? Oh yeah, she did. To be fair, she did remove him, so she is still here. Okay, we're gonna get a bunch of people up here. Okay, MMDH. Do you disagree with the topic?
Yes.
Why?
I don't understand where you come from when you say white people are inherently like I'm not white. I just don't see how that is like.
Do you want to take this one, Kenzie?
Up to you, Bay.
Yeah, you can take it.
Okay, go ahead. Or are you making a claim?
Yeah, I said how are white people inherently racist? No one answered me.
Yeah, so when we look at the classification of race, it's classified as a hierarchy, and with that certain categorization comes specific entailments. Since white people are placed into the top of the hierarchy, an entailment comes with that, the structure of racism.
Can you define racism real quick?
Can I define racism?
I want to understand what you mean when you say racism.
Oh wait, hold on, MMD. Before you continue, 60 sec. I accidentally let you up because MMD wasn't loading up. But go back into the guest request. I'll bring you back up next. So I'll bring you back up next. 60 sec. Continue.
Yeah, so racism is a structure of classification that's based on a hierarchy to where certain traits are considered favorable or supreme, and other characteristics are considered inferior. Yeah,
I said racism, not race.
that is racism.
Wait, so do you not believe racism is an act?
It is a structure, which a structure does lead to actions.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's like the second concession with saying very little.
Yeah, you then you get the next one. Then hold on. Where was 60 sec? There we go. 60 sec. You're gonna have to accept the request. Wait, I just let them up. Why aren't they not getting up?
No pause.
Okay, well, let's go to the next person. Hold on. I don't know why 60 second didn't let you up. So that's a bit weird. Okay, hello, Midnight. Did you screw the topic?
Hello.
Oh, Kenzie.
Hello. Well, I'm not white, so I don't know.
How old are you?
20.
Okay. Kenzie, you can take this one.
Okay. Do you have an argument?
So, what do you say? Why do you say if you have to be like racist if you're white?
Because the classification of race, when being classified into a certain category, comes with specific entailments, and that entailment would be racism, because that's how the classification is structured.
Oh, so you say like Dean Withers is racist? He does like a lot of content like that.
Dean is white, so yes.
Oh,
I
okay.
am also white, so yes.
So you're saying you're racist too?
Yes.
So in what way, like you view others like not equal?
No, my whiteness has put me into a specific category of a hierarchy to where I'm at the top of that hierarchy. So I've been conditioned into a system that privileges me and has also indoctrinated specific ideals that disenfranchise other groups.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just had like those questions.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Hello. Let me go to the next person. Hold on. Where are you? Let's go to debate doc. Okay, let's go. Wait, how did they end the conversation? Sorry, I was away for a bit.
That was all the questions he had, and he dipped.
Oh, okay. Well,
May not be lasting a long time up here.
I mean, are we surprised? Usual suspects.
No, we are not.
Hello, Gleb do you disagree with the
Hi.
topic?
Yeah,
Wait, how old are you?
18.
Okay, so yeah, what's your argument?
How I am racist? No, I'm white. How I am racist?
Do you know what racism means?
Is hatred?
No.
Because of race. Yes, it is.
No, that's not what actually racism is. Do you know
Yeah, it
like
is
what the
actually
actual
racism. You can Google it.
definition? Okay, how many books have you read on racism? What was the
You
last
don't
book
have
on
to
racism?
read books on racism to know what it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the definition of a lung?
Блять, что? Repeat.
What's the definition? Okay, hold on. 1 second.
Repeat the word.
Wait, hold on. Actually, I'll bring it up for you and then you can read it for me, okay? Okay. Can you read this definition for me?
Heart.
Heart, yeah.
Heart.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, what's the definition? Can you read it for me?
a whole muscular organ that pumps the blood through the eyes secretory system by arithmetic contraction and down.
Dilation.
Okay. So,
Okay. Now, can you tell me how a heart attack happens? Can you tell me the exact mechanisms of what happens to the
how
heart?
does that
during a
has
heart
to do
attack?
something with that?
No, I thought if you just read the definition, you
It shows
understand the whole
how
topic.
it's. How is
Yeah,
that
no,
something to do?
you claim that you understand like racism because you
Yeah, I
just read the
understand
definition.
racism.
So okay, cool. So now that you've read the definition of a heart, can you tell me how a heart functions like during a heart attack?
How heart works and heart attack, it's two different things. It's two
No,
different
okay. How
topics.
does can you tell me how like the details of how a heart functions since you know the definition now?
No, I know how
Why
it
not?
works, but what it...
I thought definition just makes you understand everything.
Yeah.
So you don't understand
Yeah.
how a heart works.
Of course you can understand everything, but you can understand the base. You can understand what it is, for what it...
Yeah, but okay. So what am I trying to prove, right?
Oh, tell
Trying
me
to
what's
prove.
racism,
Hold on.
tell me what it is.
Yeah. So
If you
I'm
don't
trying
think that it's
to
hatred,
wait.
so tell me
Hold
what it
on. One
is.
second. No, I don't think that racism is simply hatred. Okay, because a person who
Why?
doesn't hate, because you don't need intention to be racist. A person can also unintentionally, subconsciously be racist. That's why. And you can
No.
engage in the act
He
of
still
racism, even
would
being a good
has.
person. Excuse me, Gleb.
He
You
still
asked
would be
me.
hatred.
Can I? No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Yes, he would, and is he
No, it wouldn't always be
unconditionally be
hatred.
racist and they still be hating?
I don't know why you guys decide to ask a question and then overtalk me while I'm responding to your question.
Because you're
Do
saying
you
shit.
want to have? You think I'm saying shit? Are you saying I'm confused? Are you saying that I'm just chatting shit, Gleb?
Yeah, because racism is hatred. If
Okay,
you
then
doesn't hate
tell
any
me
race, then
when.
you
Okay,
doesn't race.
tell me when race emerged.
How race emerged?
Yes, tell me when race emerged.
I don't know, biology, man.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
know.
What in your genetics makes you like a black person or a white person? What's the white gene and the black gene? Where is it found in your
I
genetics?
don't know.
Wait, I thought you were an expert on this, and I was the one
I
chatting
didn't
shit.
say that I was expert
Wait,
on
wait,
that.
no. But you said I was chatting shit, so you think I'm
Yeah, you
chatting
was
shit because
talking
you
shit.
know.
You
Okay,
are,
cool. So who created race? When was it invented? What time
it doesn't
period?
matter who
What time
created
period
race.
was it? What time period was it invented?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Can I
It
ask a
doesn't matter
question,
its origin.
Athena?
Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah, so do you think racism existed before the definition?
Yeah, I think racism always exists.
So then racism exists
You,
independent of its definition?
yeah, you.
So then why are
There
you saying
racism
it's based in
across
its definition?
anything. You don't even have to be like different skin to be racist.
Wait. I want you to lock in. Lock in. If you
Okay.
agree that racism existed before its definition, that means it exists outside of its definition. Why are you rooting its foundation in its definition?
It's like saying that graffiti didn't exist before its definition.
What?
It's like saying that gravity also didn't exist before it had definition.
Right, we agree that something exists before its definition. So
Yeah.
it doesn't need, the definition is just to describe it, but it doesn't indicate how it functions, which is what Athena's trying to tell you. And you agree.
Okay. So,
Can you define
tell
race
me
for me?
that. Define race?
Yes. What's the definition of race?
Блядь. Я не ебу. I don't know. It's when someone black,
Race
someone
of
white,
animal?
someone Asian.
Those were examples of races. Can you tell me what race is?
Блядь.
What is blach?
Тебя ебать нахуй не должно. It's words in your, it's not in your language.
Okay. I don't know what this guy was saying. Weirdo. Do you want a second run with Eddie? Because Eddie came back. Was he dropped or did he leave? Okay. Hold on. Let's go to user. Oh, he said the N-word in his language? Oh, crazy. Isn't it crazy that everybody who comes up here to disagree somehow proves my point? And proves the prompt right? User, do you disagree with the topic?
No, I think I agree with you.
Oh, okay, so I'm just looking.
I just have a question, if it's all right.
What question?
So, I guess I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first time going on a live. But like, how should we, or should we, differentiate between, I guess, inherently racist people and people who willingly act out racism, like Trump, for instance. I mean, I, as a white man, I want to call that out, obviously. But it seems like me calling him racist loses like power, if you know what I mean.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really lose power. It's just like we understand what racism is, because a lot of people think that a person is only racism if you're burning like a cross or you have like a swastika or something like that. When that's not the case, right? Indifference within itself and not bothering to inform yourself on the situation is also harmful, because you are continuing to uphold the racism, right? So I agree with Sushi. There's a difference between active racism, passive racism. And yeah, it is very important that you continue calling Trump out and addressing him as well. And also effectively and accurately talking about racism so that people understand it's not just about individual hatred, but it's a whole system. So if you can consistently be anti-racist and you address the people who are actively racist within your community or within the broader community, I think that's what's important.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Okay, thank you. That was
Thank
it.
you for coming up. I appreciate you, user. Okay. I don't know why Eddie came back. Crazy.
Oh, we're back again. This is brilliant. So, guys, earlier on, right, you said that the reason we have social hierarchies is because of race. I would argue it's because of competence. Surely.
What?
So, for example,
are you saying black people are not competent?
No, I'm saying there's hierarchies in terms of competence.
We're talking about the racial hierarchy, though. I'm not talking about all social hierarchies. Hold on. I'm not talking about all social hierarchies. I'm talking about specifically the racial hierarchy.
Yeah, but if the racial hierarchy wasn't due to competence, it would have been eroded ages ago, surely. It's just common sense, right? So, for example, if there's no actual power and advantage that lies in white people's hands, then surely other races would have turned around and said, well, you know what? We've had enough of the racial hierarchy. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. Surely the other races would turn around and say to the white people, like, hey, guess what? We've had enough of this racial hierarchy because it's only based on race. And if we want, we can take the top spot from you. So we are going to. Like, if they were able to do that, they would, but they can't because of actual physical differences amongst the societies, the races, the mentalities, the realities.
Physical differences. What physical differences?
Yeah, so I said physical differences as one of many other factors.
Okay, what is physical difference?
What are physical differences amongst white people and other races?
No, you're saying the physical differences that give white people the upper hand.
You've already been up here, haven't you?
Yeah, he's the guy who called us jobless an hour ago or 2 hours ago, but stayed in the live the whole time.
You're so pressed that you had to come back.
No, but this is just really funny. Like, the rage bait is working. This is a great live, honestly. Like, you guys are getting very angry. The host has been like shouting. I'm just finding this kind of fun.
I don't know what you mean by very angry. Like,
very passive aggressive. It's very passive aggressive. But listen, let's stay on topic.
No. I'm not passive aggressive. I'm condescending.
Oh, the muter is back.
Done. Yes. Look. You have no power here.
Look, you have to look.
If we don't want you to speak, you don't get to speak. If we don't want other people in this live to hear you, no one else in this live will hear you.
Didn't you say you were Albanian, Eddie? Didn't you say you're Albanian?
Oh, so I can't speak, just to clarify?
Mm-hmm. Didn't you say you were Albanian?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
An Albanian talking about competence. Chat. Okay, can I just say this before I roast this guy? Any Albanian here who follows me, please, I beg you, just know that this is not personal. But to me, it's always the funniest shit.
She doesn't want smoke with Albanians.
This is the funniest shit ever when an Albanian person has the audacity to come up here and pretend as if they're a superior being. Bro, you did not participate directly in colonization. You were the one.
Correct.
One second. You were literally the bitch of the Ottomans. You were the bitch of every other European country that literally took control over you. I don't know why Albanians, I've never ever in my life heard somebody literally come here and say, man, I wish I went to Albania. I've never heard
there's plenty of Africans.
I've never heard somebody say, wow, Albanians have invented something. I've never heard that.
I've never said that. I never said Albanians invented it.
Wait, hold on. Exactly. What did Albanians invent?
Whatever Kenyans invented.
So for you to come here, okay,
No, I
for
said white
you,
people.
hold on.
White people,
Hold
white
on.
people have invented stuff. I
Okay,
never said
stop
Albanians. Stay
being
on topic.
angry.
Stay on
Stop being
topic.
angry.
Stay on
Stop
topic. I
being.
said white people invented stuff. I
Ooh,
didn't
he's
say Albanians ever.
screaming.
I
He's
didn't say Albanians
screaming.
once. I didn't say Albanians
He's
once.
screaming. He's
But white
big
people did invent.
mad. Okay, I just want to say again to the Albanians who follow me, literally, I have absolutely no issues with you, but when an Albanian person has the audacity to come up here pretending as if they somehow are the big dogs of white tea supremacy, when humble yourself, Pookie, you are bottom of the barrel white. I want to remind you that, and Western Europeans remind you that on a daily basis, by the way. If anybody is in Western Europe, you know how Western Europeans treat Albanians. Western Europeans treat Albanians as the bottom of the barrel white. Bro, you literally got fucking cooked by the Ottomans. You literally got taken over by different groups of people. I don't know anybody who actively right now is saying, man, these Albanians, they actively did something and invented and moved society towards a more developed society. No, they haven't. What have Albanians invented? What have Albanians invented? For you to come up here and talk about competency, what have Albanians invented? How have you positively impacted society? Again, mind you, I am a leftist, but at the end of the day, I don't do respectability politics. I don't give a fuck. You come at me disrespectful, I will come at you disrespectful. Now, Mr. Ed here came up on this panel pretending as if he was superior. Hierarchy exists due to competency. Trying to claim that black people are incompetent and that's why we're at the bottom of the racial hierarchy. My nigga, you are at the bottom of the fucking barrel. What does that say about your country? What does that say about your country when you were at the bottom of the barrel, bro? You were invaded by multiple European countries because you were at the bottom of the barrel. You barely made it into white. You barely made it into white, and Western Europeans remind you of that every single day, by the way. Every single day, they remind you of your place. So no Albanian can come here pretending as if they are the superior race when literally Western Europeans deem you to be the N-words of Europe. Okay? So I just wanted to say that. Exactly. If I showed you a map right now, would you know where Albania is located? No, you wouldn't. So for an Albanian person to come up here and tell me that black people are incompetent, my nigga, nobody even knows where your country is. What are you talking about? The only thing people know about your country is that you were a bitch of the Ottomans. What have you invented? Nothing. You've not invented anything. You've not contributed to anything. You barely are white, and yet you're trying to be a white tea supremacist on my panel. Imagine the gag of that. Now, I'm so sorry, I just want to say this. If you were Anglo-Saxon, okay? If you were Germanic, at least I'll give that to you. I'll say, you know what? You guys kind of like, the white tea supremacy is coming from somewhere. Right? The white tea supremacy is coming from somewhere. That's what I would say. Okay? If you're Germanic, if you're like Anglo-Saxon, if you're Nordic, I would say, you know what? Fine, you have a leg to stand on, okay? You guys did some shit on a global scale. But if you're an Albanian white tea supremacist, bro, go fix your fucking country, bro. By every fucking metric, Albania is a third world developing country. Okay, Eddie? Just wanted to say that. Anyways, turn off your camera.
I just wanted to say, I think this is a fervent reminder not to get on Athena's bad side, because that roast his ancestors felt.
Yes. No, literally. Do you know the Albanians were literally conquered by the Romans? You guys were conquered by the Byzantines. You guys were conquered by the Ottomans. Okay? And then briefly you were occupied by Italy, by Germany, and by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You guys are literally bitches of everybody. Imagine a person who's the bitch of everybody pretending to be a white tea supremacist. Respectfully. Now, Albanians, he dropped. Albanians, I have all the love for you, okay? If the people who are Albanian who follow me, I have all the love for you. But what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to dare come up on my panel pretending as if you are some kind of superior person to me. Okay? You're not superior to me. When you're a bottom of the barrel white, actually nobody is superior to me, bro. Nobody is superior to me, and I'm not superior to anybody. But anyways, thank you. Oh my God, Kenzie, I didn't mean to re-request, babe. I tried to shut down Showtime, and I dropped you. Exactly. No one is superior to another. So for him to have the audacity to come up here and to tell me, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I will submit to you.
Audacity that this guy had to come here and tell me, Rukia. The audacity this guy had to come here and tell me that he was superior. What? As an Albanian, bro. Okay, my bad. Anyway, as I just mentioned, by the way, okay, I try to be as calm as possible, but if somebody crosses me, I don't care about respectability politics, okay? I will cuss you the F out. I don't start it, but I will end it. I will finish it. So anyways, let's go to the next person. The guy, by the way, dropped himself. He didn't want to sit here and learn about his country. Ask a Western European what they think about Albania.
He dropped and you kicked me?
Oh, I wanted to end live show and I accidentally kicked you, babes. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Yeah, anyways, Coates, do you disagree with the topic?
Hello. Well, I do, but I wanted to respond to what you said. I didn't hear whatever the guy you were speaking to said, but you said that no one is superior to anyone. And I don't think that's true. And I don't mean based on any kind of ethnicity or anything, but do you genuinely believe everybody is inherent, their equal worth? Everyone is worth the same.
Yes, I believe everybody is equal. Who do you think is superior? I'm confused.
I think women are
superior. Just individuals. And some individuals are superior to others. I'm
talking about
I'm
all
a
people
physicist.
groups. I'm talking about
I'm a
people
physicist
groups.
that I know I will never be equal to, all the great physicists throughout history. So, intelligence is biological, beauty is biological, all these things
I'm talking about in
make
work.
people superior to others.
Wait, who is superior?
Beauty can definitely be augmented.
It can be
there's
augmented,
that saying,
yeah.
you're not ugly, you're just poor.
It's still
But
biological at
I
your core.
disagree with Athena as well. I do think women are better than men. So, slay.
Well, yeah, there you go. So you don't think everyone's equally, worth the same? Right, there. People are telling me to English classes at the moment. Sure, it's just a fact that some people are better than other people. Many people are better than me. I'm better than a lot more people. Anyway, what I was going to say to the prompt. I don't really see how that's true. I don't think your melanin content necessarily, means that you're prejudiced towards people of another different melanin content. So why do you think that's true?
Wait, do you think race is determined only by melanin content? I'm confused.
No, I know there are biological differences. I also think there are spiritual differences, but
spiritual.
Yeah.
Wait, you think there are spiritual differences between white people and black people?
I think it's very clear. Cultural differences and.
Okay, can you explain the spiritual differences?
Well, it's. Obviously that. Well, I'll put it this way. Almost all inventions in history have come from European civilization. Pretty much all achievements in history have come from European civilizations. It was Europeans that sailed to Africa, not the other way around. It was Europeans that sailed to the Americas. It was
Wait, are you
Europeans
saying
that
Africans
went to the
didn't-
moon.
Wait, hold on. So, would you say Spain is in Europe?
Spain is in Europe, yes. And okay,
Yeah, do you know? Do you know? Wait, hold on. Do you know? Do you know who ruled over Europe, over Spain for 800 years?
yes, the
Prior to
Moors, the
Europeans?
Arabs
The
there,
Moors.
not
No.
Africans.
Where were they from?
Saudi Arabia.
No, they
Yes,
were
the
not.
Umayyad Caliphate originated in Saudi
No, we're
Arabia.
talking about We're talking about the people who invaded.
Okay, yes,
Saudi
okay. I mean,
Arabia.
okay. Well, sub-Saharan Africans, they never invented boats, seafaring
Okay, hold on.
boats.
So you're telling me that Africans were controlled the Iberian Peninsula for 800 years?
No, Africans never controlled it. I mean,
Oh wait, is Morocco not in Africa? I'm confused.
okay. So I know what I said that they never.
Wait,
Okay,
is
what
Morocco
I meant is
not in Africa?
they've never discovered any. They've never
Wait,
gone on
hold
any
on, one
voyage to
second, one
discover it.
second. You said Europeans sailed to Africa before Africans sailed to Europe, which is just not true, though.
Yeah, I worded it badly.
Okay, so Africans did sail.
Okay, well,
to
I
Europe.
mean, sub-Saharan Africans are different to Middle Eastern people. To
North Africa is
Africans
not
anyway.
North Africa is not the Middle East, by the way. Just wanted to claim that because the Middle East would be West Asia.
Yes, I know,
not
but the
North
Umayyad
Africa.
Caliphate
Okay.
conquered North Africa that came from the Middle East. The Umayyads came,
Can you
they were
explain the
Arabians, they
spiritual
were who conquered
differences,
Spain.
though? Can you explain the spiritual differences?
Well, I was just getting onto it. It's there is. I mean, if you don't, I mean, the alternative to what I'm saying here is that intelligence is different per ethnicity. But I was going to say that, well, what I was explaining is that the spirit, the drive to go forward, to explore, to conquer, to try new things, that is very much a European thing. And I still think there are economic reasons, but you still see this in sport as well. You know,
Do you support colonization?
I mean, I don't support modern imperialism. I don't think we should return to it, but I'm not ashamed of any
Do
actions
you
of the British
support
Empire.
colonization? That's a yes or no.
Well, it's not modern. No, I don't right now. I don't think we should colonize anywhere right now. No.
So you don't support it today. Do you support historical colonization?
Partially.
Partially.
Hmm.
Can you expand?
Well, I mean, what Britain did mainly, because I mean, it's really only British history I'm that well versed in. Is, I mean, 50% of inventions. This is a study by Charles Murray, the historian. So take it up with him, not me. 50% of inventions since 1400 come from Great Britain, and you know, we exported
in
infrastructure,
invention.
education. We exported freedom.
In you telling me why you support colonization.
I'm getting to it because we exported
I would really
ideas.
like it in a sentence or two. You
We
don't
exported
get paid
reason, infrastructure, ideas because we improved the lives
Hold
of
on.
people.
Are you talking about the same Charles Murray, who is an American pseudoscientist who works for a conservative think tank?
I'm not sure. This is quite an old. This is an old. This is an old historical study.
In the bell curve, the guy who believes that there's IQ differences amongst races too. That guy.
That Charles. I don't know if that was Charles. Isn't that
It was
wasn't that
Charles
the DNA
Murray.
guy? Well, that suggests it's okay. Well, I mean, are there IQ differences? I'm trying to say that there's a difference of spirit and a difference of lifestyle and culture, not a difference of intelligence.
Where was the first university?
First university, Italy, Bologna, wasn't it?
No.
I don't know then.
Do you know where Fez is?
In Morocco, yes.
Yeah, that was where the first university is.
Okay, well, I know about the Islamic Golden Age. It was very good. They discovered some things.
Hold on, hold on, 1 second.
Who knows what happened
When we look at Greek philosophers, for example, like Plato and all that stuff, where did they suggest people go to?
Well, the underworld, I assume, the Greek afterlife.
No, ancient Egypt. They literally wrote themselves. Yeah, they did. So when we look at Plato, when we
What do you
look
mean?
at Pythagoras, they literally suggested that a lot of Greek philosophers, like Plato, like Pythagoras, spent like 12 years in Egypt.
Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. I mean, I would love to
Learn
visit
about
Egypt.
the sciences from Egypt,
Mhm.
which is in Africa.
I know.
Not
And well,
the
actually,
underworld.
90% of Irishmen and 80% of 80% of Irishmen and 70% of British men are related to Pharaoh Tutankhamun. So they were probably looked more like me than modern Africans.
Wait. You think that African pharaohs looked like you?
Well, they have the same halogroups as Celtic. No, but they weren't. I was talking about sub-Saharan Africans in terms of colonization. You also don't know. You also don't know what I look like. So
I'm so sorry, Kenzie. I can't take this one.
well, I mean, the genetic studies there. You can look it up if you want.
So I still don't feel you've answered why you're partially in favor of colonization.
I was in process of answering it, and you kept interrupting me. So
Can
I was
you do
saying,
it in,
okay, I'll just
4
say
or
it because
5
we.
sentences?
I'll say it
Can you
because
do it in
we.
like 4 or 5 sentences, and
It's
then
because we spread
anything I need to-
civilization around the world, and we
What do you
improve
mean
the
by
lives of the
civilization?
subjects. That's why I partially support it.
Wait. What do you mean by civilization?
Infrastructure, education, freedom, economic liberalism.
Okay,
The European
let's
view of
take it-
civilization. I mean,
let's take it. Let's take it one by one.
South
What-
Africa,
when you
Australia,
talk
these
about,
places
like-
were in the Stone Age before Britain arrived.
No, like I mean, what was
The-
Britain in?
They were. Well, this is the 18th and 19th centuries. I mean, we were in the 19th century, Britain well, people in the chat is like saying they're bringing up cases like King Leopold. I mean, he was Belgian, he wasn't British. And yeah, that's why I say partially, because it wasn't perfect. Horrible atrocities were committed, disease was spreaded, but it was worth it in the end of the day. If Britain didn't exist, the world would be decades behind where it is now, perhaps more.
Do you think,
I don't know how you can make that claim because you don't know, like, if certain people were, if people weren't oppressed, what inventions or flourishing that they could have experienced.
Well,
but even if I
they
just
had
take
thousands
it,
of years to
one
do
second,
it.
1 second. Even if I just take it to be the case that Britain spread like economic freedom, where do we see the most economic freedom today?
I don't know exactly. I mean, countries like Singapore, other European countries, Canada.
Saying that we're colonized by white people, because that's what
Well,
you're
I said
saying.
Singapore, Australia. I mean, a lot of African countries are still very marred by corruption, and that's sad. But many countries are performing well.
Right,
Botswana.
wouldn't that be due to colonialism?
But before colonization, they had no systems of government. They were, there were some kingdoms, and again, there were some infrastructure destroyed, such as the Kingdom of Benin. But that was also an anti-slavery attack. So, no, they wouldn't.
Necessarily agree with you.
A
that
lot of
systems
areas in
government are a
Africa
good
were still
thing.
living in Stone Age
European was
tribalism when
highly
Britain arrived.
feudalist, which wasn't good.
They were feudalist. A lot
Right,
of areas
that's
still
not
were.
good. Right, I don't say that spreading like governments is necessarily a good thing because again, Europe was heavily feudalist, and that's not a good government.
No, Britain hasn't been feudalist since the Tudor times, really, and that was before any voyages of anything of any sort. Just because we had a king doesn't mean we're
Up until
feudal.
like the 18th century, mid 18th century.
Yeah, damn it, Britain was one of the world's first parliamentary democracies, and that system was spread. We see it. You see it in India. India was obviously split up into various feudal kingdoms when Britain arrived, and obviously there were many atrocities committed in India. But in the end, Britain's influence on the world has been
Britain
a
caused
positive
a
one.
famine in India. What do you mean?
Right, that's why I said there were bad things happening.
How many people did Britain kill in India?
I believe that it's in the tens of millions. I mean, it's not that. The 100 million is a Marxist historian's quote that's been completely
No, it's
disproven.
not.
It is. It's been completely
Can I ask
disproven
you
by
one
serious
thing? Do you
historians.
think the Autobahn in Germany is a really good has helped the German economy and also by proxy the EU economy?
Well, I know who built the Autobahn, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate.
No, I'm
But
just
yes, the
asking, do you
Autobahn
think-
boosted the German economy.
Do you think the Schmolocast was worth it then? Because it
No.
resulted in why not?
I mean, what do you mean worth it? What the hell? I mean, I
You
think
just
it's a horrible
said colonialism is worth it. No, you just said the unaliving
Yeah.
and colonialism is worth it because it advanced society. And I'm telling you, the Autobahn advanced European society and economy. Do you think that the Schmolocast was worth it?
No.
Why not?
Goodness.
I'm confused. What's the difference?
What? I mean, how? Okay, so you're telling me building schools and hospitals is equivalent to that?
Building the Autobahn, which helps push the economy, yes. The German economy is very strong. It's the strongest economy in the EU currently. And also it connects it to the rest of the EU. So again, why not?
Well, what, you want me to explain why the Holocaust was bad?
No, I'm asking you, if you're saying colonialism is worth it, the amount of death is worth it because it advanced society. I'm telling you, by your logic, the Schmolocaust is worth it because it advanced European society.
The Second World War and any atrocities involved in it did the complete opposite of
I'm
advancing
sorry,
European
is
society.
the Autobahn not beneficial today for the German economy? Yes or not?
Yes.
We got 40-hour work weeks too. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
40-hour work weeks, exactly. You know, the Autobahn, is it beneficial for the European economy as well?
Well, yeah, I just said yeah.
Okay, cool. So then it's worth it because it's beneficial for European society today.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a major generalization.
It's not a generalization. You said that the unaliving of black and brown people is worth it because
There was never any targeted G-sides against any of them. There was never.
What?
Other than perhaps Tasmania, and that is a horrible story.
Are you saying that, let's say, Africans were not targetedly unalived?
If that was the aim of Britain, if the aim of Britain was to cleanse, there wouldn't be a single Indian left on Earth today. Now there are a billion. How many? You talk about, okay, so a few million died. These famines that happened less. Famines happened less under British.
Coates, if the Yazidis actually wanted to target Jewish people, there wouldn't be a single Jewish people in the world today. There we go. By your logic, they would have finished the job if they actually wanted to exterminate Jewish people. By your logic, by the way.
Well, that's okay. Well, I mean, they didn't have that long, I suppose. But what I was going to say in India is, how many Indians do you think would have?
By your logic, do you agree with that? Do you agree that Yazidis didn't actually want to exterminate Jewish people?
I mean, if they won the World War, then they would have. I assume they did.
Though. They didn't. My point is, they didn't. They didn't. Yeah.
They were fighting a two-front war and didn't have the resources, I suppose.
Okay, so because they didn't exterminate all Jewish people, therefore they didn't want to target Jewish people.
This is not related. I don't know why we're talking about this.
No, it is very related because it's very interesting that
it's interesting. I'm sorry, Athena, go ahead.
No, the point that I was going to say. Interesting. Hold on. It's interesting that supremacists like you are very, very much okay with black and brown people dying, but you have a hard time saying that when the victims are European. That's why. That's the difference.
I've said multiple times how horrible it was and how
genocide and domination is based on superiority. Yet when you say the Nazis lost, it's because of lack of resources. Crazy work.
I don't know. What the point I was trying to say was that obviously, so yeah, however many millions of Indians were killed, I mean, most of them were not direct British policies, and when they were, it was the East India Company, not the British government, and certainly not the British people.
The East India Company.
How many Indians have antibiotics and vaccines saved?
Okay,
hundreds of millions. These are British inventions. Hospitals. These are all.
Wait, time out. Did you just say that these are British inventions, like stealing
vaccines?
Indigenous,
1796, Edward Jenner. Antibiotics,
stealing indigenous
1928,
ways of stealing indigenous people's way of preventing disease, right? And repackaging it is called invention. I'm confused.
I mean, I wasn't aware that India had vaccines before they were discovered. I wasn't aware of that. If that's what you're saying.
So how did these Indians survive for hundreds of thousands of years when these diseases existed?
How did everybody survive for 100,000 years?
How did they suddenly just like get healed because you brought a vaccine to them?
No,
how's that possible? How did all these Africans survive for hundreds of thousands of years?
Well, there weren't very many
with malaria, but somehow you were the savior. You were the one that brought the vaccine, right? But we lived with malaria forever.
There were however many tens of millions Indians. Now there is over 1 billion, nearly 1.5 billion. What I mean is tens of millions of lives have been saved. The population of these countries
by just repackaging their own medicine, right?
What do you mean repackaging? Vaccines were discovered by Edward Jenner in 1796. There was no such thing as a vaccine.
You brought the vaccine for them to treat diseases that they already have been able to treat, right?
I don't know the medical history.
How did these people exist? What the hell?
Okay, so you do realize
exactly,
that
bro,
you do realize that.
I feel. You see what you just said? What? That's how I feel.
No, because I don't understand what you're saying is completely nonsensical. Because Britain existed. Britain existed before vaccines. Right? Everyone existed before vaccines.
For a disease.
Have you heard of variolation?
Have you heard of population increase? I'm so confused what you're talking about.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Have you heard of variolation?
Variolation? No, I have not.
The very practice of exposing a healthy person to a small amount
Oh,
That's male
inoculation, you
homosexual.
mean?
No, variolation. That's
Okay,
what.
maybe they use different terms. I've heard
So,
of that
so
as
did you know
inoculation.
that this method was being practiced in Africa, Asia, and Middle East countries centuries before Jenner even was born? For example,
Yeah, but inoculation is an old study.
I'm not talking about inoculation. Okay, when we look at, for example, in West Africa, Fulani and Hausa people within West African communities would take like dry scabs from smallpox patients. They would grind them up into powder and then insert them into small cuts or the nose of a healthy person. Within East Africa as well, a lot of elders, for example, would sometimes consume like powdered smallpox scabs into the nostrils, like they would put it in the nostrils of their children to induce immunity. So variolation, which is what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about like inoculation, what you're talking about. This was something that was practiced across the African continent, Asia, and the Middle East centuries before Edward Jenner even existed. And this is the same thing, by the way, with indigenous communities too. Indigenous communities had folk medicine. So you're talking about a person, basically, okay? I'll tell you. You guys, have you guys ever done a group presentation? You know,
Yes.
you know that one person in a group presentation who does absolutely nothing. They just sit there, they do nothing, they don't prepare anything, while everybody else in that group presentation is literally working hard to excel. And at the end of the day, that person still gets that A plus, even though they did jack shit. Okay, they get that A plus, and then after that, they go around bragging about how they got an A plus within that presentation. That is white people and people like you, Coates. White people and people like you literally did the bare fucking minimum. You plagiarized from other people, and then you're going around bragging about creating this plagiarism.
That's just completely and utterly untrue.
No, it's
I mean,
not.
you're talking down on your own people's achievements here. Okay, please inform me.
Your own people.
What we stole? Who invented the television? Who discovered the laws of motion? Who discovered the laws of electromagnetism? Who invented the bicycle? Who invented the car? Who invented the steam engine? Who invented railways? It's all. I don't see.
Who invented
we've
the
gone off from
foundation
what
of
the
all of that
original
stuff?
topic of this discussion was. Because we somehow, I don't know how we got to colonialization. I said it was horrible, but at the end of the day, European influence was worth it. And I don't think people are inherent.
You said you partially agreed with it.
Yeah, I said it was worth it, so I have to partially agree with it if I said it was worth it. And there was, I don't know, the British Empire is it's the greatest empire in history, the greatest force in history. It's worthy of admiration.
No, okay, wait. Let me ask you a question, right? Earlier, you were saying Benin, you guys went there as like a, anti-slavery or whatever you said.
Well,
right?
we went there to conquer, but one reason was to free the slaves that were there.
So you went to free the slaves and then enslave the people. How does that make
slavery
sense?
was abolished in the British Empire 60 years before then, so that.
So how did you fall into like basically neo-slavery then? How did you do that?
Well, I don't.
By colonizing them, like how's that?
I wasn't aware of any.
So how did you go from like we're gonna free the slaves to like, yo, we're just gonna like take over these people and then force them to do like labor for us?
Well, I mean,
bro.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say to that. I've told you repeatedly again that it was not all good.
The slaves.
Yeah, the slaves were free.
Didn't the Italians do that when they invaded East Africa? They were like, we're here to end slavery, but also we're going to use mustard gas on you and feed you to lions and also genocide you. But I swear we're here to save you.
We're here to save
While
you guys.
we're genociding you. Yeah.
Look, I have a question for him though. Okay.
Perhaps. I mean, I don't know the study about Ethiopia very well.
Okay,
Ethiopia is the only country that obviously wasn't colonized other than Liberia.
That's
So if you want to see an example,
that's
go
a
look
lie.
at them.
Listen, I have a question for you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You said earlier you were the pharaohs are closely related to white people or whatever.
I said that,
right?
I said the haplogroups.
Okay, no problem. The haplogroups, right? I share haplogroup with all these people. Am I related to them? Like I share haplogroups with the Mustache Man, Einstein, Nelson Mandela, Ramesses III, right? Which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pharaoh, right? I share haplogroups with all of these guys, right? So are we gonna say that, for example, Thomas Jefferson or Lyndon B. Johnson, they're African? Should I say that? They're the same haplogroup as me, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So are they African? Is Lyndon B. Johnson, is he African?
No.
Why? I'm
He is
related to him
not.
though. We share the same paternal lineage.
A lot of haplogroups. You have a
Okay,
lot.
so why does you sharing haplogroup with a pharaoh mean anything?
No, it doesn't really. I mean, I just kind of said it's an interesting fact.
So
But
it's
we were talking
irrelevant.
about
They're just
sub-Saharan Africa when we somehow got into
why wait. Why can't I
Egypt.
claim Lyndon B. Johnson as African, bro?
Go ahead
He's African.
if you want. He was a
Thomas
terrible.
Jefferson also
He was a
is
terrible president. So
E1B1B.
go ahead.
He's African, and so is Einstein. All these people are actually black. Okay, they're black. What are you gonna do about it? Yo, these guys are all sub-Saharan, bro. Coats. How do you feel that these guys are actually black?
That's great. It's great for you. It means you finally have an achievement.
Oh, finally have an achievement, brother. What have you guys achieved other than mass violence, bro? Like literally everything you've told us was just bragging about violence. Tell me one thing about the Roman Empire, right? That contributed to society. The only things we know about the Roman Empire is the
Centralization.
G-sides that they've what?
Governmental
They
centralization.
civilized you? Have they civilized you? They came to you. They brought
England didn't exist
civilization
then.
to you.
But
They've turned you. The Byzantines or whatever, the Romans, when they became Christian, they came, conquered your ancestors, forced you to become Christians. This is what you call civilization?
That's not true.
It's the truth. They forced you to become Christians. How did you become Christian?
Well, Rome had already left. Rome had left England when they became Christian.
Bro, shut the hell up, bro. They Christianized you. They brought civilization to you.
Yeah,
okay?
they brought civilization to Britannia.
But you were
England
just
didn't
like some
exist until after
barbarian
Rome
that
fell.
contributed nothing to the planet before the Romans, right?
Before the
I
Romans,
agree
no.
with you, actually.
Yeah, before the
Colonization is
Romans,
great.
no.
Huh?
Before the Romans, no. England didn't exist.
So you were just like irrelevant, just living in mud huts with your little arrows, right?
Well, I wouldn't say
barely any
anyone
clothes.
history
You're
is
sleeping
ever
in like,
irrelevant, but
huh?
I wouldn't say anyone's history is ever irrelevant to anyone's heritage.
Of course it's irrelevant. You didn't contribute anything
But
to
compared
society.
compared to Rome and Greece, yeah.
But you didn't contribute anything to society. It's irrelevant. Why do we even need to
Not
talk
then,
about
no.
it? Okay, so you were just like a bunch of just barbarians, right?
Well, I think that's an
Savages.
oversimplification, but compared to Rome, sure. You want to go off the Roman writers?
Oh my goodness.
So,
Yeah,
what's your point? That Rome was better than the Germanic tribes? I agree. I think it was.
No,
think
I
it
don't.
is a
I don't agree.
civilizing
I actually
force.
do not agree. I don't agree.
You don't think so? Mhm.
I don't think there's anything. What the hell have Rome contributed to society other than war? The Colosseum, why was it built? So that you could just see a bunch of prisoners fight to the death, right? What have the Romans done, bro?
They brought central administration to Britannia.
Oh my god, they brought central administration?
Yeah. They
So as
built
if there
baths,
wasn't.
they
Wait,
built
what the hell was
cities,
Egypt
They
doing?
built aqueducts, infrastructure. They
So
brought
wait, time out.
roads.
What was Egypt doing? They weren't centralized government?
Egypt was a very centralized government.
Okay, so
yeah.
what?
It was
How
conquered
did
by
the
the
Romans
Greeks
bring?
300 years before Rome.
How did the Romans bring centralization if it already exists?
Well, I mean, they conquered the Ptolemies. I mean, I don't.
The inventions that you guys claim is shit that you brought to Europe, and you act as if you brought it to the planet. That's all it is. You learned it from somebody else. You brought it to Europe, and then you go, "Yes, guys, we invented this." That's it.
Well, not really.
Be
I
real with
mean,
yourself.
I mean, I mean, please go ahead and tell me where the steam engine was invented outside of Europe.
Bro, what do you need to create a steam engine?
I'm not sure exactly, but the
Okay,
steam
you
engine
need-
is
you
probably
need-
one of the most
it's like,
important
once again,
things
it's
in
like the
history.
group project thing that Covey mentioned, right? The steam engine requires multiple previous inventions.
Of course, yeah, everything
Okay.
goes together, but
So why are you bragging about, like, you're bragging? It's like you saying, yo, I invented a car, right? But then what about the person who invented an engine? What about the person who invented the wheel? What about the person who invented an axle? Like, all these people are irrelevant now? Because you just
No,
put
I
all
mean-
of that shit together? Like, all
I
it
mean-
is like, you know what you guys did? You know what Kinder Surprise? Like, you know that little thing that you got in the middle of the chocolate?
well, I mean, that just isn't true. I mean,
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
you're twisting the points. What
Hold
I
on.
said,
You
and
know-
yeah, they
okay,
are all
wait,
European.
The Kinder
all those
Surprise,
inventions you
that's
listed.
all it is. Look, the Kinder Surprise toy, right? Where you have like the paper that teaches you how to put together this shit is what you guys did. Right? That's it.
Okay,
That's
so
what you guys
please
invented, bro.
inform
It's a
me. Please
it's
inform
literally
me
like a
what then how
it's
Native
Kinder
Americans and
Surprise,
how.
bro, in real life. What?
Go on, how did Australian Aboriginals live then? Did they already have all these things waiting
They
for us?
lived
They didn't even have the wheel.
they lived a dignified life. That's what they did.
Yeah, I mean they lived
Okay.
as hunter gatherers in the outback.
They survived hundreds of
Wait, time out. Hunter
thousands.
gatherer. Wait. Time out, Coates. When I go out into the wilderness with my AK-47, right, and I shoot like a rabbit, isn't that hunter gatherer? And I cook it. What is that?
Well, we live in a modern
wait,
capitalist
that's literally a
society.
hunter gatherer. I went out into the forest. Me and my dad.
That's
right?
not living as
We go into like somewhere in Nova Scotia, get our guns. We shoot some rabbits, get some deers, right?
That sounds
Chop it up, chop up the meat.
That's
and
not
then
hunter gathering though.
That's a hunter gatherer. That's literally.
You
a
have a
hunter-gatherer.
permanent house.
Oh my
You're not
god,
a hunter gatherer.
bro! Where the hunter gatherers live
You're
in
not
a tree or
nomadic.
some shit?
I mean, you have a gun, so you can't have
Wait,
always
I'm
been
so sorry.
hunter-gatherers.
There's nothing wrong with being nomadic. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
there
Like, have
isn't.
you? Okay, cool. So I don't
But
know
would-
why you're
but I
trying
don't
to pretend as
understand.
that being nomadic is cool. But also, I wanted to show people something really, really important. Okay, this person who's talking about civilized. Hold on, actually, wait, you can continue. 1 second. Continue.
Yeah, like Coates once again, right? All of these guys that go into the wilderness, right? Father and son, they go shoot up some rabbits and shit.
Okay, well,
These
I
guys are
don't think.
hunter-gatherers,
I
bro.
think if
What's
you
the
asked
difference?
Australian Aboriginal people, or people in South Africa, or people or Native American, well, maybe I don't think they'd want to go back to that lifestyle. But I don't know. Maybe they would.
Brother, what do you mean go back? I'm telling you, right? Your people live in this lifestyle today, okay? When I go to like the middle of Nebraska, right?
I mean, I live in England. There's not a single bit of wilderness
This is called
left in
being
England.
hunter-gatherer.
There is not a single bit of wilderness left in England, and it's
There's no
illegal to
wil-
hunt in
wil-
almost every place.
So, like, if I go to Scotland, there's no wilderness there?
Well, I just said England, but in Scotland, yeah, there is almost no untouched wilderness.
Okay,
It's
would you
mostly
call like
enclosed.
would you
It's
consider
cleared.
would you consider fishing as a hunter gatherer?
No, a hunter gatherer is
What do
someone
you
that
mean? Though?
lives
You're
without
hunting
written
the fish
language.
and then you gather it, right?
But this is unrelated. I mean,
Brother, I'm just literally looking at the definition of these terms, right? And I'm
Okay.
applying it to reality, okay? I go on a boat, I hunt a bunch of fish, and then I gather them. This is a hunter gatherer.
it's not.
But wait, a
You're
hunter
not living it. You're not living a hunter gatherer lifestyle.
gatherer, right? It's only to Africans, right? And to like people you consider uncivilized.
I don't understand. I mean,
Wait, what about the people that go into like
what point are you actually trying to
find
contest
wild
it? 'Cause my
vegetables?
point was that
I'm contesting
colonialism.
your whole worldview, okay? You're talking about hunter gatherers as if they don't exist today. That's what I'm telling you. They exist,
Not-
okay?
not in
this
Europe,
quote
they don't.
unquote, in this quote unquote civilized world. That's my point.
Okay, I mean that's a pretty poor point, but I just.
So why would you?
To be honest, I
wait,
just
you
think
were
we've
saying these
completely
people were-
diverged from whatever we were talking about. I mean, this is just pseudo historical nonsense that you're spewing.
What do you mean pseudo historical? I'm telling you, is the reality on the ground today that people are hunter gatherers in the civilized world? Am I lying?
Well, I don't know of anyone that is. Perhaps in
I
countries
gave
like
you
Mongolia.
examples, right? Me and my dad, we take a father-son trip on Father's Day to go
That's not-
shoot some
that doesn't- okay.
shoot some ducks, okay? And then we just put it on the grill. Is this not hunter gatherer?
No, you have a grill.
Wait, what did I use before?
Well,
A
no,
fire?
okay.
What the
when,
hell?
when
I used the
humans were
fire in the
hunter
past,
gatherers,
now I
there was
just
no
use the
such
grill.
thing as
What's the
written
difference?
language. There was no such thing as agriculture. There was no such thing
Wait,
as permanent
written
housing.
language. Hold on.
I'm so
Written
confused.
language. One second.
How is this related?
Are you saying written language did not exist in Africa prior to Europe?
Brother,
Even
our
arriving
written
there?
languages
In
existed
some
before
areas,
you.
yes, it did, didn't it? It didn't.
Okay, so then you didn't.
Oldest literature is from Egypt.
Not only
I mean,
Egypt,
again-
we're talking about. Hold on, we're talking about, for example, Giz that was in Eritrea and northern Ethiopia. That literally is like 8,000 years old or 6,000 years old. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I said in
Oh,
some
you don't know what
areas.
you. No, it's not about some areas. Clearly, then you didn't civilize because these people literally
wait,
had these
what?
things. But also,
What codes? What written language do you have as an Englishman? You don't have a written language.
oh yeah, it's not
What do
even
you
your.
mean?
It's not.
What,
even
you,
your
what are you going to say that English derives from 3 different languages?
No,
Because
you
yes, it
don't have a
does.
written language. What's your indigenous script? What do you? You
English.
don't have one. Your indigenous script.
Is English.
Wait, so there's a script called English?
Script. Well, it's Latin script, isn't it?
Oh, is that English?
No.
Oh,
no
you
way.
don't have indigenous script.
What does this?
You still today in 2026 have no indigenous script.
English is only 25% similar to Old English. So I don't know what your point is.
No, but you stole the alphabets from another empire. You don't even have. You didn't even develop your own alphabet system.
No, because England literally did not exist when Latin was developed. So, all right. I don't.
Look, all
You're
of this shit
strange
you're
when
making
you
fun
are.
of other people is what you don't have yourself.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Can we please marinate in that? This guy is coming up here saying that England is somehow peak civilization, yet they haven't even developed their own alphabet system, their writing system. What are you talking about? You're using literally the writing system of another entity. Please.
Okay.
Humble yourself.
So do you.
How about your numbers?
No, I don't. Hold on. Giz is not another writing system. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're speaking in English right now. I mean,
I speak 5 different languages. I'm a polyglot.
that's great.
Exactly. I am a polyglot. I speak 5 different languages, and the language system that we use in my country is an indigenous language system.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something we stole from other people. But I wanted to.
How many languages do you speak, Coates?
I only speak English. I speak very poor French and very poor Scots.
Would you say that based on your philosophy of superiority that Covey is superior to you?
Yes.
The who? Who? Did you say?
Covey, the host.
I mean, I don't know her in person. I don't know her enough, but she very well be. I mean, that's certainly a great skill to have, something I completely lack. But as I do speak English, I don't need to learn any other languages because this is a global language.
I like
That's
how
our
you're saying.
influence.
I like how you're saying you don't need to when it's actually a skill issue that you're not a polyglot. I know it's like a coping mechanism.
Well, I've
but
never
also, I wanted to say,
languages.
yeah, let's talk about this civilization that that he's talking about, right? Did you guys know that the Mayans had a whole like law, conduct and it's called the Mayan Codex, right? These were also a bunch of books that the Europeans burnt when they
Yeah, I
arrived there. Yeah, because
Books
it's
for them.
complete. You know, book burnings is very civilized, right? You civilize a people by burning
Well, I mean, they did.
books.
They practiced child sacrifice, and I'm sure various other things.
Oh, really? Okay, so what about the fact that, Europeans ate human beings all the time? Isn't that crazy? So let's look into does anyone know why we don't have enough mummies anymore? Does anyone here know that? Yeah.
Nope.
I'm not looking at Wikipedia, by the way. This isn't Wikipedia. This is a National Geographic. Okay? Yeah, I'm not using Wikipedia. Does anyone know that the reason as to why we don't have enough mummies is because the British, especially during the Victorian period, they used to steal mummies from Egypt, and then they used to host whole soirees where they had human jerky. Isn't that crazy? The National Geographic
It
has
says
a
15th century on the
hold
article, but
hold on. No. Medicinal cannibalism is what they're talking
medicine.
about.
Medicine. I thought you said folk medicine was equally as valuable as modern medicine. I thought you said that.
Hold on. Calm down, Pookie. You're talking about civilization. Let's look into that civilization, right? So it's talking about how Europeans were practicing medicinal cannibalism because they believed that eating human beings was a remedy for headaches, stomach ailments, and even cancer. So what they used to do was they used to either ground up bones of human beings and then eat them, right? Because they thought that this was healthy, very civilized. What else did they do? They also actively used to eat mummies. They used to host whole soirees where they used to have human jerky.
But you said
What
folk
else
medicine
did
was
they
good
do?
and
Wait,
equally
hold on,
valuable.
hold
so
on. Folk medicine is not only cannibalism, you weirdo. Okay?
medicinal, that is by definition
hold
folk
on,
medicine. It's
Hold on, calm down,
folk forms of medicine. See,
calm
it's
down.
stupid. It's stupid. I agree. It's horrible. It's
Calm down. No, you're talking about the civilization. I want to see what civilization you're talking about, right? Do y'all know Queen Isabella, by the way? Castile? So Queen Isabella, what does she do? Let's see what she bragged about, right? Queen Isabella of Castile bragged that she took a bath only twice in her life. on her birthday and her wedding night. And Saint Benedict, an English monk who lived a solitary and monastic life, said, "Bathing shall seldom be permitted." So you mean to tell me that a people who literally, by the way, this isn't something that only Queen Isabella did, by the way. Do you know during the plague that Europeans legitimately believed that taking a shower was what was spreading the plague? So they refused to take showers, which increased the amount of, I'm not done, don't unmute, which increased the amount of diseases that they were carrying, which is precisely why when they arrived in the Americas, they were basically walking biological warfares, okay? They literally led to the death of about 80 to 90% of indigenous people simply by existing because of how dirty you were. So you mean to tell me that a people who were dirty and who were bragging about only taking a shower twice in their life before were civilizing people? Kenzie, does that seem logical to you? That a people who didn't even take a shower were going around civilizing people?
It does not.
No, it does not. But it's no secret that medieval medicinal practices were completely ridiculous by modern standards. But you told me earlier that folk medicine was valuable. West Africa, already had folk medicine, so it's good.
Yes.
So what's wrong with medicinal cannibalism if it's folk medicine? I thought it was valuable. I thought we already knew
Medicinal
this.
cannibalism was not folk medicine.
That is literally a
It
primitive form of medicine.
It wasn't folk medicine in Africa though. I don't know what you're talking about.
I wouldn't know, so I can.
Yeah, so it wasn't folk medicine in Africa though. But my point is, Coates, chill. I don't know why you're pissed off. My point is that don't you dare come up here thinking that a people who didn't even take a shower somehow civilized anyone else. You guys were literally too busy killing one another, annihilating one another. You had First and Second World War, which were basically tribalism. Okay, I would explain it as tribalism. A bunch of white people didn't like another white people, and they ended up unaliving millions upon millions of one another. Okay, You had white tribalism. You had the 100 Years' War. You had the Napoleon. You had all these different wars for centuries because you didn't like each other. And you mean to tell me that the same people who unalived millions of one another, who didn't take a shower, that it made them into biological warfares, were somehow a civilizational force?
Yes. Well, not exactly then they weren't.
The same people who burned women because they thought that they were witches? Those people?
I mean, you're speaking about things before any kind of period that we were talking about earlier. But it's no secret that history is like this. I mean, war is endemic to every ethnic group ever.
No. This is during the colonial period. Don't say before.
Yes, Queen Isabel of Castile, early 16th century, not when England
Exactly. That was when the colonial period already started, because colonialism started in the 1400s. That's when the European Age of Expansion started.
Starting in 1492 in terms of the Americas, yeah.
I'm not talking only about the Americas. I'm talking about when the Portuguese arrived in West Africa in 1444 and decided to start the transatlantic slave trade. Pookie, okay? So I'm talking about colonialism, European colonialism. Okay, it didn't start in 1492. Perfect. So again, as I just mentioned, while you were actively pretending like you were civilizing other people, you were ending up unaliving millions of your own and all of this stuff. Crazy. Kenzie, does that sound civilized to you? I'm a bit confused.
No, and I think this is counterintuitive to his argument, because he's saying like, oh, this is okay because of advancement of cultures, yet he doesn't grant that anywhere else.
Well, I mean, please, what architectural, what great architecture, what great literature, what great art has come from around the world? Certainly not as much. I mean, no, what education systems existed? Slavery existed for far longer. Pyramids, again, I'm not talking about Egypt here.
Why? Isn't Egypt Africa?
Egypt is the only thing you have, it seems.
No.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're not going anywhere with this, so there's no point me continuing this conversation. Let's just wrap it up, shall we?
I think here, like, you just have a bias.
I probably have a slight bias. I'll admit that.
Not slight. It's massive.
I mean, if I maintain the fact, the point that got us.
So what I wanted to say is that when you look at history and you say that white people or European or British people invented all these things, who's writing the history books?
Yeah, us, because we're the only people that could. Because I mean, I don't know what you
Who's
mean.
writing the
You live in the
history
Western
books?
world. What
Who's
are you
writing them?
talking about? What are you on about? You're trying to deny fact that about
Who
inventions. This
is
is
writing
bizarre.
them?
Us,
Exactly. So of course it's easy to say that, like, look at the shit that we wrote down, and wow, we wrote down that we did some really cool shit. Like, come on.
Yeah, so he's just
Because we did.
blazing.
Because we did. Right. This is not going anywhere. My original point. Let me just wrap up, please. My original point was that colonization wasn't pretty, but it was what.
Yeah, I don't care. So like when I don't know, this guy is just very massively undereducated, and actually just a dumbass, when you look at the Great Zimbabwean Empire, it actively had a lot of stone styles architecture. You can look at, I don't know, in East Africa, you can look at certain churches, Lalibela, which was literally carved in fucking stone. You have in North Africa, you have in places like in present day Sudan that are also actively pyramids, by the way, right? Because I don't know if you guys knew this, but the majority of pyramids are found actually in Sudan and not even in Egypt. So
Hello, beautiful people.
yeah, so as I was saying, like this guy is just a dumbass. But continue. Frigolas, yes.
Yeah, can I ask you? So you're from Eritrea. Where is Iskesi here? Where are you from? Iskenzi, I'm sorry.
I am, my European descent is mainly Dutch and Italian, but I was raised in America.
So you're white, right? You're
White as
European,
fuck.
right?
I am white
Okay,
cubed,
no
as my
problem.
dear uncle would say.
Okay, but you're a Marxist. That's why you like to create chaos between your own people. Okay.
Well, I'm a feminist. I think that's why I like to create
Okay,
chaos.
yeah, I know. Yeah, you're also feminist. That's why it makes no sense. By the way, Kobe, you're Eritrean. I'm Italian. So, what Eritrea bring to the table when we talk about civilization and things like that?
Should we talk about the damage?
Nothing.
Wait, hold on. You're an
Nothing.
Italian person?
Eritrea brings nothing.
Can
Where
we
are
talk
you
about?
from?
He's Italian. He
Rock?
just said that. He's Italian.
Eritrea brings nothing.
I thought he was.
I'm sorry,
I thought
guys.
his name was
Yeah.
Friggle Rock. I thought he was a.
You ate so much. You ate so much
so
white
it's
people,
very.
Kobe.
Wait,
But
hold
you like
on.
to
Hold on. Let me respond to you. I don't know why
to
you're
call
angry.
yourself Athena.
Hold on. Calm down.
It's
I don't
white
know why-
culture, you know.
Hold on. That's Greek, by the way. Can I just say this guy, this Italian
Greeks.
dude is coming
Why,
here.
Greeks are not white.
Hold on. Calm down. I don't know why you're crashing out. Again, calm down. Okay. I can talk about the ancient history of Eritrea and the people who lived there and prior to the Greeks as well, right? But
Talk
what I'm
about it,
not gonna
please.
do, yeah, so I'm not gonna do that to you though. What I am gonna talk about is how Italy is barely surviving currently after the economic crisis and how you're dependent on the EU. Really? So are you not telling me that Italy? Wait, why can't I mute him? What the hell? Why is he still talking? What the hell? No, I don't. What are you talking about? Wait, why can't I mute him? Why is he still speaking? Wait, I look like a white girl? How do I look like a white girl? Wait, so my hair, my natural hair looks like a white girl? Are you okay? I don't know what I am. What are you talking about? Why do you know? Why do you know? Again, why do you know so much about Eritrea? No, no, I'm not half Arab. I'm not half Arab at all. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what am I? What are you? What are you? What are you then? Wait, can the chat not hear him? Can the chat not hear him? Oh, so the chat only hears me. Ooh, okay. So the guy.
Oh wow, you can't hear him? How exciting!
I am Ares. Talk to me, no problem.
Boop.
Wait, hold on. What is this? Give me a second. How do I do this?
Oh, am I having a show, Athena? And we're gonna do this on live?
Oh my god. No, I was gonna. Oh, did he drop? Okay, thank God. Yeah, so this
No,
guy
I kicked him.
Okay, because I couldn't hear him. This guy was an Italian dude who was just chatting shit, by the way. He also said I looked white. Do I look white?
No. Wait, he's back. Look, even TikTok wanted to censor you.
Yes, you look white. I mean, you're Semitic, probably. You are half Semitic, half Arab.
That's not
you're
true.
like, where are you from? Yes, that's true.
Wait, where did the half
Don't be
Arab
Here
ashamed. Don't be
to
ashamed
debate
of
the
this.
topic or to tell
No,
us
Don't
you
be
can't
ashamed
debate?
of this.
he's here just to be an Italian, you know? Because I like
No,
how
but I mean,
Italians
listen.
have actively Italians have actively hid their colonial barbaric history by just giving the world pizza. By the way, they stole the tomatoes from the Americas, by the way, right? Tomato literally is indigenous to the Americas. So people underestimate how bigoted Italians are today, even though Italians are literally actively struggling under the economic crisis, which is why they're so heavily dependent on Germany and the EU too, because they literally suffered so much from the economic crisis and they still cannot, be on their feet.
You don't know enough.
Also, it's very interesting that Italians did
You
all
know,
this
fashion?
colonization.
You-
Yeah. You know what's also sad? The two saddest countries in Europe are literally Portugal and Italy, because these two countries literally worked so hard to colonize so many different areas, yet they're not even benefiting that much from the colonialism. Isn't that crazy?
I mean, fascism
It's
originated
crazy
in
that
Italy.
you don't know
Is
nothing about
that something
economic.
you want to put
You
your
don't know
name on?
nothing about history. Apparently,
Mm-hmm.
you only study.
I asked you a question.
If you wait, if you don't want to let me talk,
I asked you a question.
listen. Stop muting me, please. If you don't want to
No.
listen to me,
No. I want you to
I
answer my
repeat
question.
it for the last time. If you're scared,
I'm not scared.
you're
I want you to
scared
answer my
to talk to me,
question. I want
don't
you to
invite
answer my
people like me.
question.
Don't invite scared of
Answer
me.
my question. Did fascism
What's the
originate in
question?
Italy? Did fascism originate in Italy? And is that something you want to put your name on?
This is an answer is required like 2 hours of explaining, because you don't even know what
No,
fascism
these are
means,
yes or
probably.
no's. Did
So I don't
fascism
know.
originate in Italy? Yes or no?
What define fascism?
Fascism is a right-wing authoritarian style government, typically with a dictator.
It's not this.
Did it originate in Italy?
It's
That's
not
a yes
this.
or a
It's
no.
not
It
this.
either did or it
This is not
didn't.
fascism. This is not fascism. I'm
Who
sorry.
wrote the book on
I'm
fascism?
sorry. This is not
Who
fascism.
wrote the book on fascism?
Who wrote it?
Mussolini did.
What's the title of the book?
Fascism.
Italian fascists of
No.
combat. That's the
What's
English
the title?
title.
Kobe?
Italian
What's the
fascists of combat.
Italian fascism comeback
Of combat. That's the English title. I'm not going to use your
of combat. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to use the Italian language. Why should I?
Because I'm sorry.
You don't even know your own country's history?
No, I don't care about answering to you because I wanted to talk to this Eritrean girl. I'm sorry. You are just a Marxist feminist. Why-
Okay. Okay, bye. I guess we'll talk to someone else.
You want to know why he wants to talk to me, right? Kenzie, do you know the history?
History of?
Italy enslaving and also colonizing Eritreans. That's where it comes from, right?
Oh, so he wants to be racist.
Yeah. So Italy actually actively colonized Eritrea. And this is where I want to bring up this article, by the way, which is an article that I really love. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Italy colonized Eritrea. And also, by the way, have you ever heard of rinderpest? Kenzie? Okay, so rinderpest was a disease that Italians introduced into Eritrea by bringing in cows or cattle that were infected with said disease. They did this on purpose, by the way. So rinderpest was introduced in the 1800s by Italians into Eritrea and then spread all over East Africa and then also spread to all over Africa. And you know how much of the livestock in Africa it unalived, that disease? Can you guess? Yeah, well, in percentage, over 90%. So that disease that the Italians brought into through Eritrea unalived over 90% of African livestock. While we're at it, I do want to bring this up. Hold on. How do I... Wait, give me a second.
Fiddle Rock. You want to say
Okay, I'm
something
back.
else?
Yeah, hold on.
Now you're
I'm back.
muted.
Yeah, I'm back. I just wanted to say, I want to show you guys, because we weren't only the victims. I want to show this to the Italians here, right? This is a beautiful article that I found of Italians complaining that we were killing them too much. Okay. Italians in Eritrea returning at a rate of 1,000 a month. The Italian residents of this erstwhile colony have been returning to Italy since the war at the rate of 1,000 a month. In 1935, before the invasion of Ethiopia, there were 59,000 Italians in Asmara alone. Today, there are fewer than 26,000 in all of Eritrea. Local Italian newspapers are doing their best to discourage repatriation in the hope that Eritrea will eventually be restored to Italy in the guise of a UN trusteeship. Many Italians killed. The Eritreans are doing their best to encourage most Italians to leave. Hardly a month passes without a few Italians being unalived by bandits whose motives are political as well as mercenary. Several Italians were recently unalived and wounded in a train robbery at a way station on the line between here and Keren. The leader of the bandits, a sort of black Robin Hood, known as Hagos, nailed a proclamation to the wall of the station before he and his men disappeared into the mountains. The proclamation stated that Hagos had unalived the Italians in partial revenge for his imprisonment on a Red Sea island during the fascist occupation. Isn't that cool? So this guy is bragging about it when we literally unalived you. Just wanted to say that, right? We were never victims. You tried to victimize us, yet we literally kicked you out of our country. And also, we unalived you if you didn't leave. Just wanted to claim that. Crazy. Because I just wanted to show people that regardless of all the shit that Italy did to us, we were never we never gave up. We were never victims. We actually actively fought back against them and forced them out as well after they were defeated in 1941. Well, that's a little history lesson about what Italy did to Eritrea. Not only did they do that to Eritrea, by the way, they did that to Somalia too. They actively used to feed rebels to lions in Somalia, for example. So these, Italian colonial history is fucking barbaric, mind you. Just wanted to say that. But just because they gave people, I don't know, fucking Mario Kart and pizza, everybody has forgotten how fucking disgustingly barbaric Italian colonizers were. Let's go to the next guest.
Hello.
Hello, Steph.
Yeah, so I'd like to address the topic.
Is this Zio Hunter?
No.
Motherfucker. Why the hell are you coming to my panel?
Because I'd like to address the topic.
You call black people N-words. And
Bro,
you're
I'm
a
basically
neo-Nazi.
black.
You're not basically black, you're Egyptian.
that's basically black.
No, you're not. You have
You know, the
claimed that you're
Sudanese
not black.
phenotype is basically identical to the Egyptian.
This guy is literally a neo-Yahtzee, by the way. He's a neo-Yahtzee, confused Egyptian dude who says the N-word. Okay. I don't know why this guy keeps coming to my platforms, bro. You're a fucking weirdo. And you know that I know you're a weirdo because I called you out ages ago for romanticizing. What was his name? Elliot Rogers? Remember that guy? The guy who unalived the incel who unalived the women? The 8 women?
Santa Barbara. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy romanticized him. This guy was literally reposting videos of Elliot Rogers, like thirst trap videos, and also of Omar Mateen, the guy who went and unalived like 50 queer people. And this guy was romanticizing them, okay? And then when I asked him why he had videos like romanticizing people who, like this guy who unalived, he said for the aesthetics. Crazy. Why would I platform a neo-Yahtzee who I know is a neo-Yahtzee? Yes, he's a groiper.
What?
Mm-hmm. Hello, Red
Hello.
Wall? Yes. Yes, what's your argument?
Oh, I don't have an argument. I just wanted to join when Coach was there, but he's gone now.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm only letting up people who disagree. Thank you very much for coming up. I'm just gonna try to let more people up. Hi, Jesus. Okay. Jata, do you disagree with the topic? Thank you, Combo, for the gifts, by the way.
No, I just had some things I wanted to add in regards to West Africa because in regards to what he said about West Africa being Pilsa, like uncivilized, Timbuktu
Oh,
in general, all
we
the
don't address it. It's okay. It's nonsense. I don't want to even legitimize it because it's nonsense. It's not true. That's why I didn't bother legitimizing it. If that makes sense. We all know that people were civilized.
No, I just think it's important to mention that West Africa had university constitutions that that mirror that of the modern world, because this is seen as something that is completely okay to say. This is not the first time today that I heard somebody say that colonialism was a benefit. How could it be a benefit when Nigeria was almost pre-industrial? So
100%.
that's just why I came up, because I was so furious. I was like, no. But it's fine. I'll go down again.
Yeah, no, I understand what you mean, but I'm like, these people are like just racists. They're supremacists, and that's why they're saying that. So it's, I understand fully what you're saying, but I don't bother like legitimizing what they're saying by bringing that up because, what they're saying is nonsense. It's like if somebody says the sky is green, I'm not going to sit here and debate with them on that because I don't want to legitimize them, but I appreciate you for coming up and sharing your perspective.
Thank you.
I do debate people when they say the sky is blue, though.
Well, Wait, hold on, why is Frigoles here? Hold on, should I?
His name is Fraggle Rock.
Frago, oh, I thought it was, Frago Rock?
Yeah.
Okay. So, should I let him up, chat? Should I let him up?
If you want a delicious mackerel of honey, sure, I will mute.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let him up, okay? Yeah, what do you want to say?
No, I just wanted to notice a couple of things. Like the first thing is that you were.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
I don't care.
Fucking roasted.
I'm so sorry. I had to. I had to. Why the hell would I listen from a degenerate like that, bro? The guy's beard isn't even connecting. Listen, if you want me to respect you, have a less patchy beard, have it moisturized, okay, and put some bass in your voice. Maybe then I would actually respect you, bro. Your own beard doesn't respect you. That's why it's so disconnected. But anyways, let's go to the next guest. Oh, you want to know who is still here, Kenzie?
That weird dude. What's his name? Let me see. Ethan? Is that his name?
Something like Eddie. Oh, he removed his request. Aww.
Stay obsessed. I'm obsessed with Athena too. It's okay.
No, literally. But anyways, I think that's it for today. I have been live for 3.5 hours. I appreciate you guys. I think that's it for today. There aren't any more debates. Kenzie, is there anything that you want to add?
No, this was very enjoyable. I miss our tag teaming.
Period. I think, I'm going to do it much more often around the same time. So, yeah, you should come over more often.
I will come over.
Period. Well, I hope you have a good evening.
You too. Thank you for having me.
No problemo. Before I drop, you guys know I'm going to end it with some music, but before I do that, I do this, by the way, not because, it's just for fun. I don't come to TikTok for fun. I come to TikTok for a specific reason. That specific reason being educational content, what the stuff that I have to kind of pass it on. Number 2, to teach you guys more about Eritrea as well. And number 3, to also educate people on the causes that I deeply care about, right? So if you guys actively want to help support me, you can you can follow me. You can subscribe to me as well. Another thing that I do want to mention is in the link tree in my bio, there are a lot of initiatives, including Sudanese initiatives and Congolese initiatives as well. And it would be genuinely amazing if you guys could go into these, into my link tree and also support the Sudanese and also Congolese initiatives, to kind of, put your money where your mouth is. And if you can't support them financially because you have other issues, that's also perfectly fine. You can just spread the message around, right? So, that's one thing that I wanted to say before I do start playing the music, of like Eritrean music as well. Very, very important, basically. Yeah. And I might host more geopolitical lives as well. So if you are interested in that, do stay tuned for that. I'm going to do that more often too. Especially with regards to how everything is moving forward. If you guys want to stay in contact with me, there is a Discord server, my Discord server. And the link of the Discord server is also in the link tree in my bio. So if you think, wow, this is an amazing community, there is over 1,300 of us in the Discord server and you want to join it, you are definitely welcome to join my Discord server. If the link doesn't work, you can open up in a web browser and then it's going to fully function and work, by the way. Yeah. I don't think I have anything other than that to say. I am going to be playing some Eritrean music, by the way. So hold on. Let me look for the audio song that I was talking about. Hold on. There's this really nice song that I really like from this particular singer. Where is it? While we're at it, yes, I am playing Eritrean music. By the way. You guys know the neck dance, by the way? You know the little neck dance that's going viral under the term Sudanese dance? That's not only a Sudanese dance, it's also an Eritrean one, by the way. So the Beja group. So this dance is inspired by a peacock. They look so pretty. By the way, this is Eritrean, but this is from the same ethnic group where the neck dance comes from. So this is called they're called the Beja ethnic group, and this ethnic group is found in Sudan and in Eritrea and in also parts of Egypt. But so they're the same ethnic group that also do the neck dance. But this is specifically Eritrean Beja people. You see, and they're doing basically a peacock dance. It's so beautiful. And the women also do the neck dance, by the way. I'm just showing y'all different ethnic groups and their different music so you guys can see how beautifully diverse this country is, you know? Oh my god, not the ad. Exactly, they're getting it. Hold on. Let's go to... Oh, a double ad is actually crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Hey, hey. Thank you, Missy. كمان حفتي معري. Salad. Hey. Thank you, Salad. And this is an Afar song. I played this yesterday, but it was so beautiful. Okay, let me play, hold on, another song. Give me a second. Let me write it, okay? Hold on. Oh, this is another thing I really like. Hold on. And then... Hey, I was gonna play you guys something, but I forgot it. Dang, but it's okay.
You know that big presentation you have to finish?
No.
Well, it's not gonna write itself.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just playing the Afar song, by the way. It's a really beautiful song. So that song that I was playing, by the way, is from our Afar community. Beautiful song. It's from Rashid and Dina. But I do want to play this song, which is a Tigray song. Do you guys notice how each song from like each group that I'm bringing is like so diverse? Like, do you guys realize how diverse each song is? The language is a different language, culturally very diverse, the clothing, you know, beautiful. Look how beautiful the land is, by the way. I don't get why, like, cultures who live off the land get demonized, you know? Because I feel like that's what's missing with people just overexploiting the land and destroying it, as opposed to actually living side by side with the land, you know, and respecting it. That's something that's really missing. I wanted to show you guys a song that I discovered yesterday that was the utmost cutest song out there. Oh my god. Oh my god, was this song so adorable. Hold on. This one. Adorable song. It's by Ismail Ali and Lydia and Burhan. Okay. He has a runaway bride on his hand. Yes, she's running away from the wedding. Little Eritrean lesson. Abe means where. So Abe means where. Nerki means where have you been, basically. You to a woman. And Nerka, when you add an A at the end, it means where have you been to a man. أول تسليك مرة تظبطي. Yes, this is Eritrean music, and it's an Eritrean music video too. So he's basically asking her, where have you been all my life? And she's asking, where have you been all my life? Okay, it's a love, like romantic music. Exactly, Aitus Hawaii. This is super cute. The way that I want to buy a wedding dress just to run around, frolic in the middle of nowhere. Is that normal? Is that normal? What the hell? You really had to put it in Head and Shoulders ad. Full ad. What the hell? I know everybody keeps telling me to get YouTube Premium, but you know. معاري حفتي معاري not tell me that this culture is not beautiful. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I won't be that long for today, as I usually am. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. I've been live for like 4 hours, and therefore I am gonna go now. But oh wait, hold on. I actually want to show you one more. Hold on. Let me show you guys one more. Actually, wait. I'll show you guys. Where is it? This is a Saho song that I found last time. Really fascinating. The only problem is there's only a live version of it, so you guys are going to be seeing the live version. No! I'm ending the live! Santana sent in a raid. Sorry, Santana. But yeah. Here it is. Ugh. I'm ending the live though. This is a Saho song. Listen to the raid. Tell me this doesn't give you like a hopeful upbeat. Ending the debate, by the way. So the debate has ended because I was debating for like 3.5 hours or 4 hours, and I usually just end the live with a song. So that's what you guys are getting now. You're getting the music part, and the song is called Eritrea Saho Song and Performance. That's where you find it. Make you excited, like really happy. Making me go from side to side, you know? Look how beautiful that was. Look how beautiful that was, bro. Ah, this is a beautiful Saho song. It's called Eritrean Saho Song and Performance. Hold on. What else do we look at? Ooh, let me introduce you guys something else. Hold on. More. This is another song that is also amazing, by the way. Which y'all remember that guy I was showing you guys yesterday? Hey nurse. Remember the guy I was showing you guys yesterday? The dude who is a what's it called? I'm finding a hotel for today. Wait, where are you? Slam, you can come back on your main, by the way. I don't know why you're here like on a backup. You're so dumb. You're so dumb, bro. Anyways, this is a song. Hey. The person in the chat, by the way, I actually do get funded. Hold on, let me show you the receipt. You know, I hope you guys get ready. This is the only time I will show the receipt. This is the only time I will show the receipt, okay? So everybody who's here, including the person on their fake account, instead of, you know, coming on their main account, get ready to screenshot this receipt, okay? This is a receipt, proof of me receiving funding. So I hope you get it, okay? So this is my invoice. As you can see, it's from Ayatollah Industries, okay? It's to Kavi Gwal at 123 Abay Alena Street, Way Good City, okay? 12345, that's a PO box. The company that pays me is the Ayatollah Industries, okay? They pay me $20 billion for pro-Eritrean freedom propaganda. They pay me $1 billion for pro-Palestine propaganda. They pay me $10 billion for anti-white propaganda and $5 billion for pro-black propaganda. And then $1,000 billion for pro-outlawing the word moist, okay? So I get a total of 1,036 trillion dollars from Ayatollah Industries. Listen, the Ayatollah himself literally signed. If you want to get in contact with the Ayatollah Industries, you can go and call 123-456-7890. The website is www.reallygreatsite.com. The email is hello@reallygreatsite.com. And the address is 123 Anywhere Street in any city. Okay? So to anybody who was talking about rumors of me being paid or not, I just wanted to say, I'm coming out and trying to tell y'all that this is the invoice that I got. It's gonna be paid off by January the 30th, 2030. So yeah. I hope y'all,
Hello.
Hi Nor. Are you also here to confess?
Well, no, I came up to apologize. Your raise, it's behind for this year. Your bonus and your raise, I apologize. I'll get on that immediately.
Why is my raise for this year behind?
We really just couldn't afford to pay your salary. But we had to up it. We have to up it. You do so good at the anti-white propaganda, and I think you deserve it. I will talk to my brother, Ayatollah Khomeini.
Oh, I know who this is. You know who this is on a backup account?
Dude, you know who it probably
Shelves.
It's giving bookshelf.
Yeah, you guys know who this person is. By the way, this person literally claimed that he was gonna grape Muslim women. By the way,
He also claimed I was scamming.
oh yeah. This is the same guy who claimed that he was gonna grape Muslim women. What did he say? So he can make them Christian, or they can procreate and have a child who is Christian. See, it is him. I told you.
That's crazy. No, I would never give up that information willingly.
Yeah, this guy is a piece of shit.
Oh.
But anyways, yeah, he did say he was gonna grape Muslim women.
Dude, I have to find a hotel for tonight.
Mhm.
Or I'm gonna look and see if I can maybe find a flight early tomorrow morning. But this is kind of trash because it feels up to me. I guess I could email my professors and see what they would say.
Wait, what's going on? I'm confused.
So I'm in California. I came back for the weekend and I just fixed my car, right? It took me all morning to do it and it's already 2 p.m. And the drive to Utah is about 10 hours. And they're also an hour ahead. So right now it's 3 p.m. there. And so if I take off now, I won't get there until 1. So, and I have to be there tomorrow. I have class tomorrow at 12:30.
Crazy.
So I have to either get a hotel for tonight and drive, or I can fly out tonight or early tomorrow morning. And I have to figure out what I'm doing. So.
That's crazy. But you're getting
And who are you? I am the Ayatollah. Sorry?
Oh, you're the Ayatollah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
by
the
the way,
Ayatollah.
bookshelves, next time you turn on VPN or something, because I can see that your location is in the UK.
Oh.
Yeah, I just checked. Your location is in the UK. So I don't know why you came up here pretending to be a woman with a woman's profile picture. It's kind of creepy because I'm pretty sure I've seen this woman somewhere. But yeah. Anyways, continue though, Noor.
Damn. That's a wild thing for him to do.
Pretending to be a woman. Pretending to be a woman.
But yeah, that's about it. So I'm trying to figure out if I should just drive out tonight because I do need my car. or if I should leave my car, because I got the bypass done, but now I don't have a heater because the bypass passes the heat exchange in the catalytic. It's like terrible design on a Prius, but like I don't have to worry about my engine going out. Like that's like the most important thing in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
And
at least you have that.
What?
At least, like, you know, that part is done. But
yeah,
I'm so sorry, man. Like that sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
It's okay. Everything just went bad at the same time. Like everything went to shit at the same time, you know? But it's okay. You know, new year, new me.
New year, new me. No, for real though. What did I say?
I think I'm basically just gonna buy a new car, to be honest. I have some time, so as long as like I get like I was thinking about getting just like a mini heater for the car, like a space heater or whatever. They have like car ones. And I was thinking like if I get one of those, that'll last me until I do smog. And then when I do my smog test, I can probably go ahead and replace it. But I'm not going to replace it in California because it's like an arm and a leg. But if I do it in Utah, I can pass it. I just won't pass smog. And then I have like an extra year to replace the car. So.
The Prius, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Prius. I'll probably get a new one, to be honest. Have you seen the new ones?
I haven't.
They're kind of CUNTY.
Oh, period.
Like I kind of like them. I think they're kind of cute. So
okay, period.
It's okay, Michael. I don't mind. I've had this car since I was like 19. I'm 26, by the way, and like it's a 2017, so the car is almost 10 years old. It still runs like a fucking gem. It's just like the heat exchange went to shit. But like this is really the only issue I've ever had with my car. Like, and I'm at 210,000 miles.
210 miles? You said
210,000. So yeah, she has like another 100,000 miles left in her. I figured I would like replace her before like the battery goes out. So
that really sucks. I'm sorry that you're having a difficult time. I agree.
That's okay. It'd be like that, dude. At least I'm not bookshelf. It could be worse.
Somebody called him a labubu, a bug-eyed labubu.
Dude, he does look like a labubu. Like that's yeah, dude. He looks like a labubu. Like I can't lie. Like at least I don't look like a labubu.
Yeah, no, for real. A bug-eyed labubu. Somebody, I don't know what it was. Somebody sold him no bookshelves. That's also crazy.
No bookshelf?
Anyway, no bookshelf, yeah.
Does bookshelf like to read?
No.
Yeah. It's ironic that his name is bookshelf.
Yeah, no, it does. He doesn't. I really don't think he does. But anyways, I'm about to end the live. But before I end the live, keep eyes on Sudan. Okay, just wanted to say that, and also keep eyes on what's happening in Congo, because a lot of people are really not talking about what's happening in Congo. If you want to talk about, isn't that crazy? Have y'all been seeing what's happening on AFCON? Did y'all see what's happening on AFCON? The amount of racism there, it's crazy. It's crazy. And also, iShowSpeed is planning on ending his Algerian tour as well because of the racism that he experienced. What question do you want to ask? Yes, Patrice Lumumba was also disrespected. It's really crazy. Yes, what question do you want to ask?
Salam alaikum, first of all.
Salam.
Yeah, sister, I just wanted to ask, do you think that boycotting the UAE is something possible? Do you think it's something realistic? Because Because when I'm looking at like celebrities that come to the UAE often, I don't really think it's possible to boycott them.
Do you think boycotting Israel is possible?
Of course it is.
Okay, then that's the same way for the UAE too. We have to start somewhere. For a long time, the BDS movement was not catching traction about Israel, but it doesn't mean that they stopped. They continued until it caught traction, and that's the same thing with the UAE too.
But sister, with Israel, I feel like it's a bit different compared to like with the UAE. Because with Israel, I feel like it's more, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like more transparent. It's like obvious that they are doing these horrible war crimes to the Palestinians. But with the UAE and like what's going on in Sudan, I feel like it's kind of like a conspiracy theory. I don't feel like it's
conspiracy theory. Sheikh Mansour already, like, everybody knows that it's happening through Sheikh Mansour. It's not a conspiracy theory, by the way. There are multiple reports on this. All like global organizations already know this. The American government literally tried to pass a bill just a couple of weeks ago, saying that the UAE should be there should be an arms embargo implemented on the UAE. So no, what the UAE is doing is not a conspiracy theory.
So is it like 100% confirmed that they're
Yes.
funding the RSF?
Yes.
Damn.
Hemeti was in the UAE. What are we talking about? He literally found refuge in the UAE. The RSF's bank account, the main bank account, is literally based in the UAE. The companies that are run by Hemeti's brothers, Algoni Dagalo, for example, that buy the Toyota Hiluxes, are in the UAE. It's called what's it called? Tradive, that company that has been sanctioned, by the way, that is based in Dubai. So yes, their bank account is literally in the first Abu Dhabi bank as well. So yes, they're getting funding through Sheikh Mansour, who is the vice president, who is actively the handler, who is the one who's funding the RSF. Amongst other things, the UAE is also doing other fucked up shit in Africa.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna look more into it. Thanks for teaching me something new.
No problem.
And have a good day.
Have a good day. Yeah, so what's happening, by the way, is literally like, it's not a conspiracy theory. The UAE actively is the one that's funding the RSF. There were leaked conversations, by the way, happening between Sheikh Mansour and also Hemeti, who's the leader of the RSF. All throughout the war and the genocide, since 2023, there were leaked phone calls that were exposed between Hemeti and between Sheikh Mansour. And 2 weeks prior to April 2023, when the war started, Hemeti spent 2 weeks in the UAE, and then he went back, and then just bombed Khartoum. Okay, like he started like unaliving people in Khartoum, right? So this is not a conspiracy theory. The UAE 100% is not only involved in Sudan; it's involved in Congo. It has bought the largest tin mine in Congo. It was kicked out of Somalia for a reason, because of the fucked up shit that it was doing in Somalia. It was kicked out of Eritrea for also a reason, because of the fucked up shit that it was doing there. And it's also literally aiding the civil wars that exist in Ethiopia, because it's really close ties with Abiy Ahmed, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. So no, the UAE is causing fucking havoc in Africa. And there were leaked UAE intelligence documents, by the way. It was a leaked intelligence document where they're even talking about building a joint military base with Israel in Angola. Why? Also, the UAE, yes, thank you, Wavy. The UAE got caught smuggling $10 million to Al-Shabaab in Somalia. That's the crazy shit. And also, when we're talking about even like Somalia and all that stuff, right? Somalis are getting like demonized as fuck, right? Actively. Can I just say, this is, hold on. Where is it? This is a list of people who were arrested who were in ISIS in Somalia. Okay? Look at this. You got fucking Moroccans, you got a Saudi, you got Ethiopians, you got Tanzanians, you got Yemenis, you got Turks. Why are all these people participating in ISIS in Somalia? And then you guys sit here and you demonize Somalis. I'm confused. You sit here and you demonize Somalis actively. Meanwhile, they're actively being practically invaded by all these foreigners who go there and join ISIS and destabilize the whole region. And then you have the UAE fucking funding Al-Shabaab. Al-Kabab. Sorry, I don't know what it's called, right? I'm so confused. Why are all these different countries of people there on the ground fighting and they got detained? And then people who don't understand what they're talking about actively demonize Somalis the whole time. It's actually genuinely sick. You know? People who don't know what they're talking about just actively demonize Somalis. Meanwhile, like the UAE and all these other countries are actively involved in the destabilization of all of these port countries. And they're doing that. They're trying to destabilize all of these port countries for their own benefits. You know? So, yeah, do better. Learn about it. What the UAE, what Israel, what America, what the West in general, and China and Russia are doing in these regions when they're actively destabilizing all the countries in order to acquire the ports to maximize their profits. Exactly, the I2U2 group as well. Period. Anyways, boycott the UAE. This country doesn't get as much of the heat that it's supposed to be getting. And I appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. When will there be peace? I agree. There will be peace when all these foreign countries stop. What's it called? Mama Ethiopia, you're Ethiopian. The UAE is fucking up your country. Literally. You know the drones that Abiy Ahmed uses to literally like drone strike different areas in Ethiopia when he's drone striking the Amhara region and all that stuff? Like, he's getting a lot of that from the UAE. Literally. The UAE is literally also like fucking up your country. You know? It's genuinely a danger to East Africa. Yes, anyways, I digress. I appreciate y'all so much. I really am going to end this live. I've been live for 4.5 hours. That's way too much. Love y'all so much, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Oh, I'm all about that bass, Moving 92.5.
Brooke and Jubal in the mornings. Second date update.
I'll admit, I've probably told a lie or two on a first date to try to impress